2, 3, 4, 5 et 6. Brique. Brique. 1, 2, C. 1, 2, C. 1, 2. 1, 2, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 et 6. 1, 2, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 et 6. 1, 2, C. 3, 4, 5. Un de C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 et 6. Marie-Claire.
اهلا.
عيط لي دكتور هيك حتى والجمعيات الخاصة
عايش فيصل الحمد لله. اهلا.
كيفاه؟
الو.
bonjour. Marhaba bikum. Nous sommes vraiment aujourd'hui très honorés de votre présence. C'est un événement important pour nous, pour la Tunisie. C'est un événement aussi qu'on considère déclencheur de plusieurs autres événements et nous considérons que nous, on pourra vraiment faire beaucoup de choses ici en travaillant ensemble sur la construction de ces points d'échange Internet. La notion de point d'échange Internet, ça ne date pas d'aujourd'hui. Il y a pas mal d'experts aujourd'hui qui ont voulu bénévolement venir nous assister pour cet événement-là. Notre partenaire Menax aussi nous a donné vraiment beaucoup d'aide. Sans lui, on n'aura pas jamais pu réaliser cet événement. Aussi, MLab est notre partenaire de longue date aussi, qui nous a non seulement soutenu, mais également aidé à convoquer ce programme et à ramener des experts. La TI est très honorée par cet événement et en même temps, elle espère qu'aujourd'hui, avec votre présence massive, on pourra vraiment vous expliquer comment on peut vraiment développer Internet dans l'avenir et comment on peut, avec le point d'échange, en travaillant ensemble, en partenariat, qu'on puisse vraiment réaliser beaucoup de choses ensemble. Il y a pas mal de choses qui ont été réalisées par la TI, mais la TI ne peut pas continuer seule. Vraiment, la TI, elle doit être aidée, elle doit être supportée par vous, et il y a beaucoup de choses à faire par les opérateurs, par les providers, par les data centers. Je donne un petit mot aussi, j'aimerais bien que notre partenaire Menax aussi vous parle un peu pour cette conférence que je considère importante, comme je disais tout à l'heure.
Merci Simoise. Je remercie la TI et Simoise personnellement pour nous avoir associés à cet événement. C'est un grand honneur. Notre rôle en tant que data center privé et neutre dans le pays est de développer et d'encourager cette initiative. Pour nous, c'est un grand honneur d'être partenaire de la naissance de TunixP. J'espère que ce n'est qu'un début et nous sommes là pour vous aider, vous encourager et pousser avec vous au développement des échanges et de faire de la Tunisie un pôle technologique et un nœud d'échange Internet régional.
Merci Mehdi pour ce message. Tout de suite, je passe le message le micro en fait à Ben Scott, notre ami Ben Scott de MLab, et pour vous introduire un peu sur le workshop, l'objectif de Scope. Et juste un petit mot avant Ben, par rapport à, on avait des soucis techniques pour se connecter à l'internet par la TI ce matin dans cette salle, on a remédié à ça, donc il n'y a plus de problème maintenant. Merci.
Thank you, Moaz. I will switch to English as my French is too poor to practice in front of a crowd. First, let me join my colleagues in thanking you all for being here. It's a very important and exciting event to promote internet access here in Tunisia. I'm here representing Measurement Lab. Measurement Lab, you can check out on the web, but just to introduce it, it's a not-for-profit consortium research network that provides the first open source, publicly available database of internet traffic measurements in the world. 700 terabytes and growing. We have 100 server locations around the world, including I'm pleased to say, as of about 2 days ago, here in Tunisia at TunixP. Measurement Lab provides for performance measurement data for researchers, for consumers, for companies, for regulators to have a common set of data to understand what's happening on the network, how we can improve its performance and efficiency, and grow the digital economy. We're here, I think, primarily for 3 reasons. And I think, first, let me thank Moaz Chakchuk, without whose leadership and vision, I think none of us would be here. I think it's a testament to the transformation here in Tunisia, to the innovation and genius of people like Moaz to see that ATI and the infrastructure of the internet in Tunisia could go from being designed for censorship and control to a new project that's designed for innovation, economic development, and social opportunity. It's really inspiring to me, and I hope also inspiring to you. So first reason we're here is to support the development of Tunisia's internet infrastructure and to grow the digital economy here in Tunisia. I think we all recognize the importance of the internet as a catalyst, as an engine of economic growth, and one that will help Tunisia and the Maghreb as a whole move forward quickly in these changing times. So the second big reason that we're here is to talk about how we can use internet exchange points and the mechanics and core network elements to grow the internet infrastructure in Tunisia and across the region from Morocco to Lebanon. This is a really exciting project and one that will transform the architecture of the internet in the region, that has the power to lower costs, to lower barriers to entry, to increase competition, to increase innovation, to increase market activity, to increase consumer choice, to grow a digital ecosystem for the region. An exciting proposition for job creation, for social and cultural production, and for economic opportunity. I am excited about the panels that we have today. I'm excited to meet all of you. I think together, in the spirit of collaboration that has built the internet all these years, we can begin to build the internet here in Tunisia and in the Maghreb. And we're going to begin this morning we're going to begin at the beginning with a basic session on what are IXPs, how do IXPs work, what are the benefits they can offer, and we have some of the best experts in the world here on the first panel to talk about these issues. I'll let Moez call them to the stage as he begins an introductory video. Thank you again, and I look forward to a great day.
Thank you, Ben. It's something that's very important to mention about censorship. It's something that's really important because we have been facing a lot of difficulties related to censorship after the revolution, you know. And the idea of this workshop started in July 2011. It was because we discussed it with Ben Wagner. I don't see him. And at that time, it was very difficult for us to organize this workshop and to start with TunixSpeak. And that means, if now we're organizing this workshop, this conference, that means that we are get rid of this censorship and of what happened before the revolution. Okay, thank you very much again. I will call Adjel, the CEO of RENIC. It's an honor and pleasure to have Adjel among us for this conference. He will start with the first panel. Also, I will call Arnold and Nipper from DISIX. So this is the creator of DISIX, one of the leaders, internet exchange point in Germany and rather in Europe also. And Malcolm from Randomix. Random is a friend, and he's also sometimes a very, very controversial debate in Hamburg 3 weeks later about WCAT and about the international treaty we had in Dubai. And Pierre from NetNode and from the Swedish Internet Exchange Point. I call Adjel. Can you please come on? And speakers? Yeah. I think we have some technical problems.
Thank you, Moez. I'm chairing this first session of the Internet Exchange Point workshop. I would like Arno Nipper to join me here as panelist from DISIX, Malcolm Putti, and Pierre Bourne. Thank you very much for joining me. This first session is about what IXP is, how does it work, and why is it useful. I think this is a very important session, especially in the context of Tunisia. and what ATI is trying to do. We know that in our region, setting up ISP and working in optimizing traffic is a key challenge for the region. With this demarche that the Tunisians are taking now to set up their ISP after the event we have seen in the region, making one, peering and interconnection more open, but also encouraging content, local content development. It's important and vital for all the community, and especially the operator community, to understand exactly what is going to happen, how they can participate, and how beneficial setting up this exchange point can be. So I will give you the floor, so you take us through your experience and give us a little bit more insight on exchange point. And from there, we will take questions from the audience. I have a few as well. And so we'll start with Arnold Nipper. Arnold Nipper is from DSS, the Internet Exchange Point from Germany. Arnold?
Yeah. Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start my presentation on why are Internet exchange useful. And first, before we start to talk why they are useful as business, I would like to really, as it was pointed out, to start to clarify what is an Internet exchange. I'm in the Internet exchange business since more than 18 years now, but if you look, for example, in Wiki, there is not really a clear understanding, and what we currently do is to define what an Internet exchange is. Next is the question, why do Internet exchange points exist? After I have answered this question, I would cover three topics. One of it is the IXP as a marketplace, then the IXP as a focal point for the telecommunication industry, and how to market an IXP. I'm, as Adil said, I'm a co-founder of DKIX back in '95, and now since 11 years ago, we have this IXP association called EurIX, and it was only last December when we sat down and tried to define what an Internet exchange is. This was on a board level, and we came up with the definition that an Internet exchange point is a network infrastructure with a purpose to facilitate the exchange of Internet traffic between autonomous systems and operating below layer 3. So I guess the basic elements of what's key in this definition is it's a network infrastructure, Internet traffic, and autonomous system, and it's operating below layer 3. That means it's on layer 2, it may be on layer 1 as well. So, but this is basic, but it's not sufficient. For an Internet exchange point really to be an Internet exchange point, there has to be more than 2 members, otherwise it does not really make sense. So, a further criteria is that an Internet exchange at least have to have 3 or more members connected to it. That's the next. The participants in an Internet exchange, they are either called members, and we will see later why we call it members, or customers, if you see it more from a business perspective. And what we also did, at least at the EurIX board level, but this is perhaps it's not widely accepted, that's the reason I put it in parentheses, is to provide a members customers list as well as traffic stats. This so far is what we came up at the definition what an IXP is. The question, of course, is this really exactly describing what an IXP is, or are there other criteria which have to be met as well? This perhaps could also be answered in this workshop. The next is, why do IXP exist? So, who was in the internet industry, let's say, at the beginning of 1990? You? At least 2 or 3. Then perhaps you might remember that at that time the internet was really strictly hierarchical. There was something like a worldwide backbone. Today you cannot imagine that this worked. And this was the NSF backbone, and if a packet wants to cross from one network to the other network, it really has to go through the NSF backbone. And clearly, hierarchically, structure is very simple because you exactly know how to route traffic from A to B, but it does not really scale because the backbone is the bottleneck. It's expensive when it's not performant. That was the reason that a BGP was invented or created, Border Gateway Protocol, and this protocol really allowed for arbitrary topology in the internet. With the BGP and the ability to form arbitrary topology, then the next question is, until then, networks only interconnected via backbones. The next question is, how do networks interconnect now, since there is more possibilities to do so? And one way is to connect somehow where they meet, where there is potential, but then sooner or later you see that there is a great synergy if you meet at certain points. Because interconnecting at dedicated places creates a lot of synergy. The more networks there are, the greater is the chance that you meet there the right people. Also, from an ISP perspective, if I only have a few points where I have to exchange traffic, then I'm able to build out high capacity into those dedicated interconnection points. Otherwise, I have to meet with my other networks with a small pipe here, a small pipe there, a small pipe there, and this creates a lot of problems in traffic engineering. And also it minimizes the number of interconnect points, which gives a better, from an engineering point of view, a better overview over my network. Also, with Internet Exchange Point, there was the first ability to have direct interconnects to other networks. This means traffic from my customers or my traffic directly goes to the network or to the ISP where the destination is. This gives you really full control over your packets. You see if there is congestion. You see if there is packet loss, how much bandwidth you are using. If you do not interconnect directly, then you hand off all your traffic to your upstream, and then you do not know what your upstream is doing with your traffic. You hope that you get the value for your money, but if something breaks, you do not see it. It may also be that your upstream is handing the traffic to the next one and the next one and the next one. And you only see from trace routes how long it takes that it really comes to the final destination. And last but not least, Internet Exchange Point have to be turned out that you are able to saving costs. Nowadays, it's more debatable that the real value of an Internet Exchange Point lies in in saving costs, but in former days it definitely was. If you were looking at transit prices with hundreds of US dollars per megabit, whereas you only paid some $10 or so for an internet exchange point, it clearly was true. So this so far to what an IXP is and why internet exchange points came up. Next is, if we look at an internet exchange point as not only as a technical, as a network infrastructure I was talking about to facilitate internet exchange of network traffic, but more as an economical marketplace. So internet exchange points mostly are associated with peering only. That was what I was talking about, that you are able to hand off traffic to your peering's network. But if you remember what the definition of an internet exchange point says, it does not say it's for peering, but it's for exchanging traffic. That means to exchange traffic, this does of course include peering. That means exchanging your traffic or your customer's traffic with your peer's network, but also it allows for other opportunities, like if you are a big provider, to sell upstream, or if you're a small one, to buy downstream. That means building out capacity into an internet exchange point. It's not only good for peering off your traffic, but in most cases, you either, if you are a big one, takes the opportunity to sell other services, or if you're a smaller ISPs, you take the opportunity to buy services over there. And as said, an internet exchange point, there often is a place where lots of providers are, lots of institutions are. That means, as a small one, it's really attractive to go there because there is a competitive market for buying downstream. The next thing is the IXP is nothing, it's not only consisting out of cables. So that means all of the gear is collocated somewhere. And this is the next really most important thing in internet exchange is, or which is building around as a marketplace for an internet exchange, these are the collocation. Whereas when we are talking about exchanging traffic, this means just shipping bits from left to right. But what is in the collocation is there are sitting servers which are able to generate the content, which is the most valuable. Generating content, having other services around. This makes it really interesting for an internet exchange point together with collocation at the marketplace. Next topic is an IXP as a focal point for telecommunication industry. If you look, or if you want to build an IXP, we did it also not only in Frankfurt, but the latest one we did is to run the UAE-IX in Dubai. You question yourself, where do I place an IXP? So one of the answers could be where fiber landing stations are. Why that? Because there is coming a lot of content, or a lot of bits already coming in. This is the ideal place to immediately switch traffic between providers. You don't have it to backhaul to some collocation centers inside, but you would be able to immediately switch from one network to other networks. The next is where financial hubs are. So what's the reason to build IXPs over there? So my observation is that the financial industry always was interested in information. And information, in former times, it comes via a horseman riding a horse, but later on it has to do with telecommunication. So the financial industry was always hungry for telecommunication, and therefore a financial hub also most likely is also a big hub for telecommunication, and therefore might be an ideal place to have an internet exchange point, because you already have the infrastructure, the communication over there. Next you might think of is where lots of people are, because nowadays where does most of the volume of the traffic come from? It's definitely from people consuming information. And that means where already lots of people are, the chance is high that the internet traffic is high as well. The chance is high that you have a lot of eyeball providers as well as a lot of content delivery networks. And those two parties are really eager to exchange traffic. Once more is, once a telecommunication point is established, it forms a sort of gravity. The reason is very simple. So telecommunication circuits are sort of sticky. You are able to move around the server very quickly. Just shut it down, bring up a new one somewhere else, and you're then done. But building a proper point of presence, have a lot of circuits going to A, B, C, D. That means it's not that easy to move this point away. And the second is, the more there are, the more will come. I sometimes compare an internet exchange with a party. So imagine you have a party with 10 people and you have a party with 100 people. Guess where you would go? Guess most of us, they will go to the party with 100 people. So if you say, okay, let's go there, and if it's not good, then let's go to the other party. That easy. So, last but not least is, how do you market an IXP? If you try to set up one, if you already have one, what can you do locally? There I see the IXPs in the, I would call it European style, where they have the IXP business as the only business. They try, or then try, to span your IXP across all relevant collocations, the area you are in. Because your customers, they do business with collocation for whatever reasons. So if they are bigger ones, then they perhaps have worldwide contracts, then they go into the collocations they already have a contract with. If they have smaller ones, they perhaps are looking for cheap collocations, and then they go into collocations where they have low prices. So what you as an IXP have to do is really to look where are your prospects, and then make a decision to go into every collocation which is available over there. That means talk to ISPs, talk to collocation, as well as talk to the business development authorities and institutions for your town and area. It's not only to look for IXP business, but what you have to do is to make your area, your town, really interesting for telecommunication and for IT. On a more regional level, what you can do is to attend all these sort of NANOC, SWINOC, DNOC, FRNOC, UKNOC, whatever meeting, to attend real meetings like RIPE, or to go to Africa, to ARIN, and so on. And if you are an established IXP, it's pretty sure that you sooner or later want to join an IXP association. Currently we have 4 established IXP associations. This is URAX for the right region, I would say. Then there is APIX, which covers the region what APNIC is covering. Then we have LACAX, which is covering everything with Latin America and Caribbean region. And also since last year, there is an AFIX, which is covering the African regions. So far, what's only missing is the North American part, that means US and Canada. But I'm pretty sure that we will see some sort of association there as well. Generally, if you have an IXP and look into business, make a SWOT analysis, really see where you are strong, where you are weak, what is your unique selling point, and develop a clear strategy. Not every IXP will be able to become a worldwide IXP, but there is always a chance to grow your business and take the opportunity and be clear what your strategy is. So this is so far my thoughts on IXP from a business point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arno. Thank you, Arno.
Questions first?
Yeah, I think what we'll do is that we'll take all the presentation and we'll have a Q&A session at the end. So now we will listen to Malcolm from Links. He will give us the business case of IXP. Why are they useful and not for profit? So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is that microphone working? Yes. Well, thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. And it's always very exciting to be present at the birth of a new internet exchange. But I think particularly here in Tunis, with the reform and renewal that you've had since the revolution, and the opportunity to build something very different. What Arnold has spoken about has been about an internet exchange pretty much anywhere. Any kind of internet exchange, what it is, how it works, and the business benefit it brings. What I've been asked to speak about is something that goes beyond that may not be true for all internet exchanges, but about the benefits, the broader benefits to the community that an internet exchange can bring if you seek to make it do that. And at Links in London, we are very keen to be a big part of a major positive contribution to the community, and that's why I've been asked to speak about our experiences, our approach, so that can inform you and you can decide how you would like your exchanges to develop. Firstly, can I see, are people aware of Links? Do people know about Links? Have people heard of Links before? Put your hands in the air if you've heard of Links. Okay, a good few, but by no means everybody. So I think a brief introduction as to who we are probably is worth doing. First of all, I don't want to do lots about statistics and stuff, but essentially Links is one of the big world exchanges like DKIX. Based in London, one of the biggest exchanges in Europe, one of the biggest exchanges in the world by whatever different formal ways you might choose to measure such things. And my boss likes to put up this slide about the different ways that you can measure an exchange. Is it by the number of routes, what proportion of the internet is available, how many members you've got, how much traffic you carry, how many ports are connected to the exchange. We can all argue about the different best ways to measure an exchange. And on these, oh, I keep going, there we are. On all these exchanges, links, pretty much by any measure, is one of the big ones. We can all argue about who's biggest according to and which measure is best. But we're more than 80% of the global routing table, 470 members, 1.6 terabits per second of traffic, more than 1,000 member ports, a member port connected at 100 gigabits per second. So it's a significant organisation. And we have members from all around the world. And in those, from those different continents, you see 327 members in Europe, of course, our home market, but 52 from North America, 12 from the Middle East, 12 from Africa, 39 from Asia Pacific. So we're very much an international exchange. And our mission, and this brings us to what I was asked to speak here today about. We have a dual mission: to facilitate internet interconnection, especially through peering, and also to represent the interests of our members in matters of public policy. And to do all of that, to do both of those things as a neutral, mutually owned membership association. And that's core to our thinking at Links as to how we like to operate. So, a membership association. This is our core ethos at Links. These are our core values. We are owned and operated for our members, the networks that are our participants. Founded on the principle of mutuality. It's for their benefit, for everybody's benefit equally. Internet exchanges are most importantly about trust, about realizing that it is in your interest to work together with others. To understand that, yes, actually, I do this and you will benefit, and you're my competitor, but I will benefit too. And so long as it's in both our interests, we can both prosper. Of course, one of the things that our members like to see is that prices keep going down. So by being owned and operated for our members, we don't distribute profits to anybody. We invest in the exchange, and any surpluses that we have, we cut the prices and keep on cutting the prices, which encourages more people to join, which makes it possible for more people to join, which means we have more revenues, which means we can cut prices again. We have an open membership policy. Any network operator that is capable of peering, if they're capable of connecting to our exchange, is welcome to come and join us. So please see me afterwards. No, I'm not sales. Don't worry, I'm not sales. We only have technical rules at Links, only things for network hygiene. It's not our job to be regulating our members. We're not a regulator. We're not here to tell the network operators, you should be doing this way, and certainly not to be trying to control the traffic, trying to control what end users do. That's not our role. The principle of neutrality means that all our network members are treated equally. We don't give special deals to anyone. You can't negotiate a good deal with us. You get the same deal everybody else gets. Doesn't matter how big you are or how small you are. Tiny little companies that you will never have heard of, and Google and Facebook, they get the same deal. We have an elected board drawn from within our membership to represent the interests of our membership in the day-to-day governance. So it's not just the staff thinking that this is the best way to do things, but to ensure that we are directly answerable, of course, directly answerable to the membership ultimately, but on a day-to-day basis to their representatives on the board. And there's no one from government on the board. We're not here to work for government. We're here to work for our members. And ultimately, the exchange is governed by one member, one vote. No matter the size of the network, you're a member of Links, you get one vote in how it operates. At a Links member meeting, which I guess is much like here today. And that's where major strategic decisions get made, policy gets set, and of course the elections for the board. Now, Links has a long tradition of believing that it's important to work for the good of the internet. Yes, of course, like any exchange, we believe that merely by participating in an exchange, you'll get better pricing, it's economically good for you, you'll get better latency, you'll get, have a more resilient network. But beyond that, we believe that we can do things for the good of the community as a whole. And we've got a range of those projects. We have technical projects like hosting root name servers. We do commercial and social work. In particular, one of the things that is important for any exchange is that people who participate in it choose to peer. Now, we do not get involved in peering decisions. It's not our job to tell you that you must peer with somebody else. But we can certainly make it easier. We can introduce you to each other. We can invite you along to discuss and to know this is this person and this person, why don't you meet? Do business together if you wish to. We can organise parties to make it a little easier. Training. The Links Accredited Internet Technician Programme for a training scheme that applies, has an examined qualification at the end of it for internet technicians. And our public affairs work, which is what I do. Working with government, engaging with government, advising on public policy, representing the interests of our members to government, telling government sometimes that they haven't got it right. A little history about how that came about. Links was created in 1994, born in a data centre in Telehouse. The following year, the British government came up with a proposal that they wanted to have access to everybody's communications, to be able to spy on them. And they were concerned about encryption. So they wanted to bring forward a law to say that there must be a backdoor key into all encryption. And we said, no, that's not a good idea. Our members said no. Our members said, we don't want this. How do we persuade the government not to do this? Oh, well, we have just last year founded an organisation called Links, where we're all working together. Instead of each going individually to government and saying, this mandatory key escrow is a bad idea, why don't we have Links go on behalf of all of us and say, this isn't just one company or another company, but all of us as a community working together to say this would be bad for the development of our industry. This would undermine e-commerce. This would undermine our economic development. On behalf of all of us, Links, please go and tell the government to think again. And so we did. And many other people did so too. And the bill was withdrawn. The proposal was withdrawn. So we succeeded in changing government's mind on something that mattered to all our members and would have had a real commercial impact and a social impact if it had been gone through. The following year, there was a big outcry in the newspapers about, there is this thing called the internet, it's something to do with computers, you know. This is 1996. And on these computers, there's all this child pornography. And the internet is a way of getting child pornography to people. Dreadful. Why don't the police go and do something about it? Why don't they go and lock up those internet people? This is, of course, very threatening when not many people know what the internet is. So we helped found an organisation in the UK called the Internet Watch Foundation, where people could call a hotline if they had found such child pornography, and the IWF would notify the internet provider that was hosting that material so that it could be removed. No government involvement, completely independent, no police involvement. This was an industry response to make sure that this scourge, this horrible material, could be removed without creating a censorship regime, without creating a government control. Something needed to be done, something would have happened. This was a way of doing it in a way that was under control and limited, so it doesn't get taken too far and become a bad precedent. 3 years after that, 1999, we first hired what we then called a regulation officer, which is my predecessor. And in 2005, these public affairs activities became part of our core mission. So as well as doing the business of exchanging traffic, it became part of our basic function to notify our members of these issues and to represent our members' views to government and to find sometimes better ways to do things, because government has legitimate concerns. Government has genuine problems that they need to deal with. But maybe the first idea they come up with isn't always the best way to do it. Sometimes we can find a better way to do things that will resolve at least what they really need to do, that doesn't harm our businesses, doesn't harm our members, and doesn't have a socially negative effect. So today, how does this public policy function work today? Well, as I said, the main function is to keep our members informed, to be aware of what is going on, what is being thought about in government, whether in the UK or other parts of the world that might impact on us, and make sure that our members are fully briefed so that they can be aware of what things might affect their businesses at a time when it's still possible to say something in a way that it might change that, before it's already too late. And the other function, of course, is taking the voice back in the other direction. So one is essentially communicating from government to our members, the other from our members to government, representing our members' interests. And that picture there, the fellow in the middle there is me, testifying to a committee in the British Parliament about a new law that was being proposed. Again, I understand that there were concerns here in Tunis that ATI in the past, before the revolution, had been seen as being very involved with the cyber security for repressive means. Well, we have in the UK always the same balance, we've always got the same concerns, and the British government recently had proposals to be inspecting the traffic that passes over networks, over ISPs, creating records of everyone who is communicating with who is connected to who on social networks, all this sort of stuff. Very intrusive. Potentially a real concern for civil liberties and freedom. So we, at Links, were saying, make it part of a campaign to say, no, this is going too far. There are things that you need to do to support law enforcement, but you must keep it proportionate. In a free society, you mustn't go too far. So we're going against the government on this and saying, no, please don't do this to Parliament. And of course, we're doing it on behalf of our members, but naturally, some of our members who have government contracts and all the rest of it are a little reticent about being too outspoken. So an internet exchange, a membership association, can be more forceful, can be louder in criticising bad government policy than its own individual network operators might choose to, because there is that level of separation in the business relationships and in the branding. We're always doing what our members want us to do, but we can take a different style and approach that allows us to protect the things that need to be protected while providing necessary cooperation as well. And I'm pleased to say that on this particular one, last week, just last week, the Deputy Prime Minister in the UK announced that this particular proposal is not going to happen. So I count that as a big success, and at my next members' meeting I will be saying, look what we've achieved for you, and that will be good for me. But that's good for everybody. We can achieve something socially useful as a community working together. And I think this is really, this is why Mo's wanted to talk to me about, wants me to talk about this aspect, as compared with the fear that an internet exchange can be a tool for repression. Actually, if you work together as a membership community, it can be quite the opposite. So the major topics that we work on at Links are all the things that you would expect that would be of concern to network operators. Intermediary liability policy. Are you as a network operator responsible for the traffic that passes over your network? Can you be held legally accountable for what your users do? Well, we have a law that says, no, you should be protected as a network operator If the user has done something wrong, then the user should be in trouble, not the network operator. But that, on an ongoing basis, that law needs to be protected. It needs to be reinforced. We need to make sure that new laws don't replace it or undermine it. And that is a big part of the work that we do. There's also necessary cooperation with law enforcement. We have, within the UK, laws for data retention by network operators, not by the IXP, but by network operators. And they need to be implemented in ways that don't become too expansive, that achieve an appropriate balance. And when there are new laws that are proposed in the name of law enforcement, sometimes it's important to say, you must protect the rule of law. It can't be just about going to the network operator and asking them to take action against the end user. What about the end user's right to be heard, right to say, no, I was entitled to do that? These laws must be written in ways that don't undermine the rule of law, don't undermine fundamental rights and due process. So how do we enshrine those provisions within new laws that are being developed for the internet? And those are some of the questions that we raise all the time at eX on behalf of our membership. And of course there is another aspect, which is the critical infrastructure aspect. Links is a major important piece of infrastructure, and our members' networks are critical to the UK's communications, the UK's economy as well. So that needs to be protected from anything like a terrorist threat or DDoS or these things. So we work together with the appropriate authorities to help get advice on how to protect, whether it's from Smurf packets, DNS amplification attack, or whether it's from somebody actually putting a bomb outside a data center. Work together to ensure that there is protection there, but not in the content space. This is about protecting the infrastructure, not about talking about how people are using the network. In the UK, the European Union is a major source of law, so we also work at the European Union level. And we've got a trade association there called EuroISPA that we're members of, that works at the European level. And globally, there are organisations that don't maybe make law, but make the precursors of law, like the International Telecommunications Union, like the Council of Europe and the OECD, create policies that then our governments choose to adopt and implement as law later. And it's important to be influential on those. So, for example, principles such as the network operators should not be held responsible for ensuring that individual users' behaviour must not be liable for individual users' behaviour. Those sorts of principles need to be enshrined at international level and respected there, and not the opposite, otherwise we could have negative consequences for all of us. And principally there we work through the Internet Society, sometimes directly, but principally through the Internet Society, to have an influence on all that. So in conclusion, we do a lot about legal, social policy for the internet. The internet is something that causes governments to create new law to address this new change in our society. And it's important that that is balanced, and it includes the concerns of network operators and the will of the internet community, so that we're protecting a free society and not overturning principles that we have considered to be very important for a free society. So, member-driven policy, of course, we're a membership organisation. And so what I do when I go out making these representations, and my team, is espouse what our members want us to say. Formal and informal membership consultations develop that policy, including maybe a formal vote at a links meeting, and formal written consultations of our members, so that we know that we're saying what our members want us to say, which means that membership participation, actual interaction between members and the exchange is vital in order to ensure that we are a credible and realistic voice for the internet community and a negotiation partner for government. So that wraps up my little presentation. Of course, everything that Arnold spoke about is true for us as well. Not everything that I spoke about is true for every internet exchange. but it's something that we consider at Links a very important part of how we act, so that we know that we can be doing something for the good of the entire community and for the good of the entire internet membership that we have, beyond what is fundamental and vital, but as well, which is a better quality network, a more efficient network, and reducing costs so that everything can grow to everybody's benefit. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Before we move to the next and the last presentation from Pierre, I would like to pause a little bit and come back to a few words that I have been hearing from the two presentations, and I would like all the audience to keep those words in mind, because this presentation is laying down the fundamental step for setting up a successful exchange point, and you are in that phase. I hear about common interest. I hear about bottom-up. I hear about social engineering. There is a huge aspect of social engineering in setting up an exchange point, because there is a need for engagement from member operators in the exchange point, expressing their interest, and the exchange point become what? Become a vehicle of the common interest of the operator. How can that happen? How can the exchange point help to fertilize that engagement from the operator, to gather the common interest of the operator? I also hear about cost efficiency, how the exchange point can help the costs of connectivity being the most efficient as possible, not only for the operator, but also for the end users. So those key points are something that I would like us to come back to and look at how this can be translated in what is happening in Tunisia, especially that ATI is transitioning from something it has been to an exchange. But how all those principles can be embedded in the new exchange point. So we will now give the floor to Pierre Bonne, who will talk about the technical issue and benefit for network infrastructure. Then going a little bit down into the technical interest and the challenges that an internet exchange point can have. Here.
Micro? Oui. Donc je suis Pierre Bonne, je fais la présentation en français. Je travaille à NetNode à Stockholm. J'ai travaillé dans le passé à l'AMSIX, à Amsterdam. Et l'année dernière, en novembre, je suis allé aider à redémarrer à Kinix, à Kinshasa, en République démocratique du Congo. Alors, je vais répéter quelques choses qui ont été mentionnées déjà. J'irai assez vite. Donc, la définition d'un point d'échange Internet, c'est une infrastructure qui permet d'échanger du trafic entre les réseaux qui y sont connectés. C'est simple. Ce qui est moins simple, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup d'approches différentes. Ça dépend énormément de l'histoire, de l'évolution du point d'échange, s'il existe depuis quelques mois, quelques années. Et l'évolution est constante, comme Internet. Le défi principal, c'est de se préparer pour démarrer. Alors, je parle en même temps des points d'échange eux-mêmes, mais aussi des parties qui vont se connecter au point d'échange. Donc, la préparation, elle est en termes de coordination technique, en termes de circuits, d'équipement. Et ensuite, je parlerai des bénéfices. Donc, comme je dis, il y a beaucoup de façons différentes d'organiser un point d'échange. En général, c'est au niveau 2 des niveaux aussi, c'est-à-dire un switch. Quelquefois, on peut faire aussi un niveau 2, 3 des routeurs. y compris les serveurs de route. Donc il y a aussi beaucoup de façons de gérer la redondance dans les points d'échange. Certains points d'échange ont un double noyau. La façon dont ça c'est géré, par exemple, nous à Stockholm, on a en fait 2 points d'échange qui sont complètement séparés. Les membres reçoivent un lien à chaque point d'échange. Et les points d'échange ne sont pas du tout connectés. Il y a d'autres façons. Amsterdam, par exemple, les gens ont une connexion, ont accès, et cette connexion, suivant les moments, va sur un noyau ou un autre. Donc il y a un noyau actif, un noyau qui est en backup. Donc tout est possible de ce côté-là. Au niveau de l'accès, aussi suivant l'histoire et suivant les circonstances, on peut forcer tous les membres à se connecter à un point d'accès central. Ou alors, le point d'échange peut avoir ses propres connexions qui vont au centre de colocation, s'il y a plusieurs centres importants. Ça peut être fait avec, au niveau de la fibre, en DWDM. Ça peut être fait avec des VLAN, par exemple. Et ça peut être fait par le point d'échange lui-même. Ça peut être fait par des revendeurs. Donc, ce qui est important au niveau de la régulation, c'est d'avoir de la flexibilité, donc pas trop de régulation, pour pouvoir s'organiser comme on veut, parce qu'on ne sait jamais trop à l'avance qu'est-ce qui va avoir le plus de succès. Et pour dire que la régulation n'est pas vraiment nécessaire, il y a très peu de régulation actuellement dans le marché. Et on essaye, on fait tout ce qu'on peut pour le garder de cette façon. Donc pour le point d'échange lui-même et pour les membres, c'est à peu près le même genre de démarche. Il faudra des adresses IP, alors IPv4, IPv6. Pour les points d'échange qui démarrent, peut-être qu'ils démarrent qu'avec IPv4, mais bon, en 2013, je pense qu'il faut s'intéresser à IPv6 quand même. Et il faudra un numéro d'AS. Donc pour ça, vous irez voir votre registre préféré, Adi elle est là, pour Afrinic, il y en a d'autres. Il faut prendre le temps d'effectuer les démarches administratives. Ça dépend un petit peu des situations, mais bon, c'est pas toujours, ça peut facilement prendre des semaines, voire des mois. Pas toujours de la faute des registries, mais bon, il peut y avoir des allers-retours avec le gouvernement, etc. Et puis, en termes de coordination technique, il faut c'est pas directement de la coopération technique, mais pour aider la coordination technique, il faut aller au meeting, il faut aller voir les gens qui sont dans la même situation ou qui sont sur le point de s'embarquer et qui ont l'expérience. Donc on a mentionné ça déjà, Afrinic, les forums de peering, etc. Donc comme j'ai dit, au niveau de la préparation, il faut faire des sélections de technologies, des WDM, VLAN, quels équipements fonctionnent le mieux. Il y en a d'autres, je mets juste quelques exemples. Il faut sélectionner donc, des circuits, des méthodes pour ramener le trafic sur le point d'échange, savoir si on va être près donc, d'un point d'atterrissage, d'un câble sous-marin, peut-être d'un parc d'antennes satellites, voir quelle est l'infrastructure déjà en place et s'adapter. Bon, Arnaud en a parlé déjà. Ensuite, évidemment, choisir quel type d'équipement, quel type de switch on va utiliser. Est-ce que ça va être juste des switches de niveau niveau 2? Est-ce qu'on aura du niveau des switch routeurs? Comment on va faire les routes serveurs? Est-ce que ça va être de l'équipement séparé? Est-ce que ça va être fait sur le même équipement? Quels sont les avantages, les inconvénients? Donc là, j'encourage les gens à parler à non seulement des gens qui ont beaucoup d'expérience, mais aussi à des gens qui viennent juste de démarrer, parce que ceux qui ont beaucoup d'expérience n'ont pas forcément les mêmes problèmes. Et à ne pas oublier, il faut des serveurs. Quand on se connecte au point d'échange, souvent on passe d'une connexion unique à un fournisseur unique où on dit bon, on envoie le trafic arrive, si ça ne marche pas, les clients appellent. Quand on commence à se connecter à un point d'échange et quand on commence à faire tourner un point d'échange, on devient plus responsable, on a la responsabilité plus proche de nos propres opérations. Donc, en général, ça vient avec... il faut des outils de monitoring, des outils de gestion du réseau. Et souvent, c'est le moment de passer d'une infrastructure basée sur Windows à de l'Unix, de s'organiser où on fait des horaires de bureau à une organisation 24 heures sur 24. Donc c'est une chose à laquelle il faut penser. Alors en termes de bénéfices, bon, évidemment le trafic local va rester local. C'est ce qui démarre, disons, la boule de neige. Et puis après, les bénéfices, on vient d'en parler, on construit une communauté. Le point d'échange, en devenant plus important, ça veut dire qu'il y aura plus de sociétés qui seront intéressées de fournir de la bande passante sur les lieux où le point d'échange est présent. Donc ça va réduire les prix aussi de ce côté-là, et ainsi de suite. Donc c'est un cercle vertueux. Ça permet au niveau donc, technique de passer, surtout pour les membres, d'un système de routage au tout début qui sera peut-être statique à du routage dynamique, et ça va permettre au réseau, de croître de façon contrôlée, parce qu'un réseau en routage statique aura beaucoup de problèmes de grandir au-dessus d'une certaine taille. Ça va permettre à des nouveaux intervenants ou des intervenants de l'extérieur du pays d'installer des serveurs en locaux, parce que s'ils sont au point d'échange, ils n'auront pas de problème pour se connecter aux fournisseurs locaux. Ça va permettre d'installer des caches, d'améliorer la performance du réseau. Et à nouveau, donc, c'est le début d'une communauté. Et non seulement une communauté au niveau de la régulation, pour faire un peu de lobbying auprès des gouvernements, mais aussi si les techniciens se rencontrent, ils peuvent se parler, ils peuvent échanger des idées, ils peuvent parler des problèmes, trouver des solutions communes, et ça leur permet de progresser plus rapidement. Et je crois qu'on n'a pas beaucoup plus de temps.
Thank you very much, Pierre, for this other aspect of the exchange point. So now that we have all the presentation, we'll move into the Q&A part of this first panel. So I will start by giving the floor to the audience for questions, comment to the panelists. So if you have a question, I think there is a mic somewhere. Just raise your hand and grab the mic. Any questions so far? Yes, there is one. There is one question there. Can you keep your hand raised?
Hello. So I represent the hackerspace, and my question is for Arnold. You said that transit prices were high in the past, but that now things have changed. So I don't really see the point of having an internet exchange besides driving the prices down. So may you expand on the billing system between operators? Thank you.
I'm not sure that I got your question. Billing system between operators at an internet exchange point?
Yeah. Yeah, well, they do peering.
So typically, if we talk about peering, then also comes the term settlement free. So if service providers connect to an internet exchange point, they only pay to the internet exchange point, depending on the port capacity they have. But they do not charge each other. So that means you only keep your costs, and the other party is also keeping your costs. But you are not looking at the traffic you are inter-exchanging. So this means settlements free. Everyone just keep its cost, and that's it. Of course, it's totally different if parties start to sell upstream or take downstream. Then it's the normal prices. But with peering, this is the term of settlement free, that either party just keep its costs.
Thank you very much, Arno. And this brings, in fact, the concept in internet exchange point that's important as well, the peering and the transit at the exchange point. So what do you do at the exchange point? If you go to the exchange point just to peer, normally there is no cost exchange because you pay to get into the exchange point. But if you want to use one ISP that is connected to the exchange point to send your traffic, then you have to negotiate with that operator to do that, which is a different arrangement. It is an arrangement between you and that operator. So it is not a global cost exchange or fee exchange. It is more data exchange. You peer to exchange. So the impact on the global cost is that you keeping your local traffic local. So you are not using your international bandwidth, for instance, to access local content. So at that point of time, local content become cheaper, and it can have a cascaded impact on the price. Okay, another question from the audience. No? Okay, so I have a question.
While someone's thinking of another question.
Okay, if you have one.
While someone's thinking of another question, I'll develop some thoughts on that if I might, and say how some of the principles that I was talking about relate to that point. If you just go to a transit provider and buy transit from them, you're a customer. So in a sense, you're not really acting, if you're just buying transit from one company, you're not really acting as a network operator, you're just reselling their business. But if you join a peering community and are building up peering relationships with other operators, you're really building out your network, and you're owning your network, you're in control of your own destiny. So it's not just, price is an important part, but it's not just about price, it's also about quality and about resilience, and knowing that you're in control of what makes your network a success. And so are the other part members of the community themselves, building out so that as a community together, we can each build out our own businesses and our own networks, competing in the marketplace, certainly, but not critically rely on any one of them. And the whole idea of the internet was that it was a network that is resilient. It's not one centralized organization, but a collection of networks. And through an IXP, you can have direct connection to many other networks, so that if one of them has a problem, well, okay, they've got a problem there, a small problem, but it's not the end of your network as well. So there are quality reasons as well as price reasons for wanting to be in charge of the way that you interconnect.
Thank you very much for this. Yeah, Moise?
Yeah, it's already, how to say, Pierre mentioned about getting resources from the Afrinic, from the members of Internet Exchange Point, as also the other panelists, Arnold and Malcolm, have raised an issue that the success of an Internet Exchange Point depends on its members. So being a member, that means, as Pierre explained, that we need resources from Afrinic. Can you really stress forward more about those resources that we need? What is the conditions to be a member of Internet Exchange Point, of your Internet Exchange Point?
Okay, thank you. Two aspects of this. I will address the resource aspect maybe first. To connect to an Internet Exchange Point, you need to have an IS. That is the first thing, to be able to peer. So you get those resources from Afrinic. It's also important for you to have your own IP address so that you can have, but that is not really linked to the exchange point per se, but it is something that needs to happen in Tunisia, specifically because in the past, all the ISP and the operator used to get their IP address from ATI and are visible online only through ATI AS number. So now with the ability for each of them to connect and have their own routing policy and exchange traffic, it's important for them to get their own IS. They can have that through our processes. You go to our website and look at obtaining resources. We have even worked with ATI, providing them some step-by-step process for getting AS number, which ATI has used, I guess, to communicate with you. But if you need more information, you can talk to me after the session. Same for IP addresses. Now, one thing that Afrinic does in its policy to encourage and support Exchange Point is that for Exchange Point itself, the PI space that they use at the Exchange Point are provided for free. So if you are an Exchange Point and you are requesting IP resources to be used solely at the Exchange Point, you get them for free for Afrinic, being member. So that helps. Now, in Arnold's presentation, there was some aspect as well that I would like to highlight. He mentioned that Exchange Point is also about building a network of membership and meeting people. And he talked about attending NOG meeting, RAR meeting. I think those are critically important for the success of an Exchange Point, because that's where you meet other operators, that's where you meet people who are active in the region. So same thing apply for our region as well. Through Afrinic meeting and AFNOG, you have the ability to meet other Exchange Points, to meet other operators that are working, willing to peer with you, etc. So it is very important. So the social engineering part for me hold an important aspect of the success. So being exposed, participating is critical. Friday in our session we talked lengthily about that, about the participation from the Tunisian community on the international community international activity. It is important for you to hear what others are doing, learn best practices, and use them internally for strengthening your Exchange Point and the community in general. So I have a question for the panelists. I mean, we start talking about the Exchange Point. I would like to ask you if you can tell the community here one or two key challenges that you have faced at the beginning, because the beginning is important. As soon as you start and things start getting together, what would you say would be the key or have been your challenges when you, at the beginning, when you were not there, but the challenge for setting up, what has been the most difficult part?
Yeah, let me start it. I guess that the challenges we were facing more than 15 years ago is not the same as you perhaps will challenge if you build an IXP today. So when we started out business, I would say also from a technical point of view, to run an internet exchange is not well understood. For those who are technical, we started to run the internet exchange in VLAN 1, which was horrible. We had technical conditions where we could not block traffic from customers, so we had spanning tree on the internet exchange point and the like and so on. So the most critical for us at eXchange definitely was to have a stable, stable infrastructure. And this was most important. This definitely was from the phase from 95 to almost 2000 to really understand what isn't technically, what are the challenges to run the internet exchange, what really is critical. You have to understand that the bigger an internet exchange gets, the more people come on it, and the more you have to hide one customer from each other. You only have to allow IP, you have to allow ARP, IPv6, nothing else, to make sure that no one is hurting the others. It's like driving on a highway. And the challenge really was, everyone was driving on a highway, but there was no rule. You could overpass at the right, you could overpass at the left, and there was no speed limit at all. It's almost like that. And it really was, from the technical point of view, this was the hardest part. It changed after that was to build out the internet exchange. This was the second phase, which became more important to grow the internet exchange, because if you grow at a constant rate, that means more and more customers are turning up in the same time. That means you have to install more switches, you have to grow the infrastructure. That was the second phase. And now we are more or less in the third phase, because at least for eXchange, the internet exchange, it's a commercial business. And we have to make sure that we deliver high quality performance service to our customers. That's the most crucial.
Thank you, Arnold.
Interesting question. As you grow, you always have technical problems, and the engineers love to talk about the difficult technical problems and the exciting ways that they go about fixing them. But right at the beginning, I don't think the biggest problem is technical at all. I think that running a small and simple exchange, as a new fledgling exchange is bound to be, is something that is fairly well understood how to do that now. I think the biggest problems are social and business. I think the biggest problem in starting an internet exchange is agreeing to start it. It's in getting people to join and to take part and to start hearing traffic. It's getting people to believe that there is some value to them in doing this. Like the gentleman's question a moment ago. Well, look, transit only costs this much, and I don't know how much. I join your exchange, and it's going to cost me money. And okay, you're not going to charge me per bit, but but you're still going to ask for a check every month or every quarter, and I don't know how much my transit bill is going to go down for that. Is this even in my interests? And it's that understanding that connecting mutually helps develop your business. That the future of your business, if it is to grow, if it is entirely beholden and in the hands of one party that you're a customer of, then there's always a limit on how fast you're going to, how big you're going to grow, how much you can grow, how much you can benefit from that, because the portion of that growth that you enjoy is always going to go to the other guy. Whereas understanding that maybe with some investment here, would actually taking the time and trouble, not normally a lot of cash investment, but the time and effort to actually take responsibility for the building of my business on my network, is an investment in my future. It allows me so that things that I couldn't really contemplate now, just simply aren't feasible from a business point of view now, could, if things work out well, become feasible in the future if I have control of my destiny. And by joining the Internet Exchange, I create the possibility for that to happen. And then, in the future, maybe you might be talking about your own international connectivity, and you'll be thinking about joining another Internet Exchange, and you'll be wanting to go to organisations like Afrinog or wherever to see, well, if I were to join this other exchange in another country, which is going to involve me buying all this international transit, or international capacity myself, layer 2 international capacity myself, am I going to find any peers there? So that I can reduce my international transit bill by taking that international portion within my own control. So always the people relationships, always the understanding your business, understanding your traffic, but understanding the people and where your traffic is going, what networks it's going to. Are they going to want to peer with you? Are they the kind of networks that will be willing to peer with you? Where can they peer with you? What will the cost of that be? Where would I have to go? Lots of these sorts of questions, very fast, rapid-fire questions. But I know, but these questions I think are more than the technicality. DKIX, Links, any big exchange, NetNod has got good, competent people who will deal with these technical problems. But the real guts of it is, why would I do this? How can I get people in? Because the more people that get in, the more people there are to peer with, the better the overall equation becomes for everyone.
Thank you very much, Marco. Pierre? Okay. Okay. So this is very interesting, and I think you highlight some aspect of it that interests me. Is not the technical aspect which is the most complicated when you want to start. It is people aspect, convincing people to join the exchange, convincing people of the interest of the exchange. And I keep saying this for our region. Since end of 90s, we have been doing exchange point training all over the region. The technical knowledge is there, but why don't we have as much as this exchange point that we should have? Because the other aspect, which is the social aspect, the business aspect, the convincing people to spend resources to connect to the exchange point and share that responsibility is not yet well picking up. And I think through this kind of session, we bring operators to understand how it happened in other regions, and they can pinpoint the real value of joining. And I think that is something very, very important. Any other question? Comment? There is a question at the back.
Jamel Laswood from Juniper Networks. So my question, as you know, today we have 3 types of exchange point: local, regional, and international exchange point. So my question for ADI today, it is possible to become a regional exchange point, knowing that the exchange point for the African countries or North Africa, at least, knowing that the investment by the country is already made to interconnect to some regional exchange point in Europe. So what is the advantages to invest again to interconnect to Tunisia? Does there have some advantages?
Thank you very much. I think that question is for Moez, because it's about unless anyone on the panel wants to say something. Yeah.
What is the benefit for the investment? Well, if you have a big and vibrant peering community here in Tunis, then that will attract foreign operators that also want to peer with you. So you will, if you only have a handful of small networks, then maybe it will be a bit difficult to get the Facebooks and the Googles and the Akamais and big content networks to come here, because there won't be enough traffic to hand off to make it worth them while coming here rather than paying the international transit. But if you have lots of peering going on in the exchange, if you all participate and there are many networks, and those networks grow because you have saved your international transit, and so you can lower your prices and bring more people on board and offer more bandwidth to more people, then pretty soon you'll find that the international operators will say, why am I paying this international transit? Why don't I build my network out to Tunis and peer in Tunis with all you guys? And I can save the international transit too. And then you'll be able to peer with Akamai. And rather than having to carry that over international transit, they'll be carrying it over their layer 2 connection for you. That's a good outcome. That's where real economic and network development comes from.
Thank you. And I think the whole thing is about how do you fertilize the local traffic? How do you make the local content, cost effectively accessible, and you bring more content locally? And I believe that this will be addressed more lengthily in the session of this afternoon, where TunXP will be presented and will present their model and how they want to operate. And I think we'll have the opportunity to probably discuss further on that, right, Maurice? Yes. Thank you. Okay, we are running a little bit late on the agenda. If there is no more question from the audience, 1, 2, 3, no more question. I would like to thank my panelists. Thank you very much for your very good presentation. And I think the presentation will be uploaded online, so you can still access them. And we wish a very successful local internet exchange point for Tunisia. And I think all the panelists will be available for you if you want to chat with them after the break. Thank you very much.
investir we are ready.
هي حاجة كبيرة هذه شوف عليك شو صح لاباس وينك شو صح لاباس وينك صافا لاباس عليك هاي السلام كيف بالك شو صح لاباس وينك لاباس شو احوالك صافا لاباس عليك صح لاباس الحمد لله وينك انت عاش تظهر انا غد السباق غد من نجي حتى
Member of Orowix. It has been accepted by the board of Orowix to be the first IXP in the Maghreb to be member of the European Association of Internet Exchange Points. So this video actually will be posted in our website, and we will try, let you see it for this conference. So let's see our videos. The video of Orowix.
Until the whole world is connected. That's what the internet is. A network of networks that share each other. Every device on the internet has its own unique address. Anything you send via the internet is really just a message from one device to another. But it doesn't travel in one big block. It gets pulverized into tiny packets of data, each one wrapped with info about what it is, where it came from, and where it's going. This way, your one message can actually take several different paths to its destination. Then, by following the protocol, the receiving device knows how to put it all back together. The strength of the internet is that it's decentralized. With so many possible connections, there is no single point of failure. If one path gets overloaded or broken, your data just takes a different path. Even if a big chunk of the internet gets wiped out, your message can still find its way. But let's say you use one internet provider and your friend is on a different one. How does your data really get from one network to the other? Some companies make private connections with each other to exchange traffic. But more and more traffic is flowing through shared service platforms we call Internet Exchange Points. An Internet Exchange is a place where many different organizations come together to interconnect their technology. There may be access providers, broadcasters, publishers, social network sites, telecom operators. Really anybody who relies on network traffic can benefit from the exchange. By connecting in a common place, they save costs, and the traffic between them flows faster and much more efficiently. Traditionally, providers have sold each other passage on their networks. But for some providers who regularly exchange traffic, all all that buying and selling can get to be more trouble than it's worth. Many of them saw that if they just agreed to meet each other halfway, then everybody's costs go down and the traffic moves more smoothly. Providers are able to make a single connection to the platform to exchange traffic with many participants. This way of doing things is called peering, and it's making the internet faster and more affordable for everybody. The exchange participants make deals with each other according to mutual benefit, so the peering system tends to regulate itself. It may seem like companies are giving away their services, but in fact, each is providing their part of the whole solution their customers need to most efficiently and reliably exchange traffic. The internet is open, decentralized, and totally neutral. Its intelligence lives at the edge, not in the core. No single organization controls it, and that's why it works as well as it does. By agreeing to cooperate, we all make the internet happen. And that's how the internet happens.
So, thanks to Eurowings, we have this video available for free on YouTube. And every Eurowings member also has interest in this video for Eurowings website. So, for our panel today, we have three distinguished speakers. I will start from my right with Bill Woodop, PCH. The Packet Clearing House is one of our partners, also because we had some launched really good projects together, and I think this will very worthy results for Tunisia and for TunixB. Then we have Ben Scott, a friend, also and a member of an Open Technology Institute and responsible for AmLab. He's joining us, and he's our partner for the organization of this workshop. So we welcome Ben again. And of course, in my right, and last but not least, also I made a mistake. So normally is to start with women. So Jane Coffin from ISOC. ISOC is an open society. It's very important for us to work with civil society. As you know, after the revolution, we had made everything available for open society and very open to open society. And the internet cannot be developed without open society and without reacting as a multi-stakeholder model. We know that very well now, and I think for this conference it illustrates very well that we are really open to open society and to all civil society in Tunisia. So let's start by Bill. So I can welcome you to have this presentation.
Okay, so I'm a Windows user, so I'm going to try and figure out how to. There we go.
Yeah.
Find the first slide then. Okay, I'm just going to go backwards really, really quickly to get a. Okay, so I guess probably works better if I use this one. So Moise has asked me to give a little bit of a basic primer on what internet exchange points are and how they work, and how it is that they create the bandwidth that internet service providers sell to their customers. And so let me first introduce myself and my organization so that you understand why I'm doing this. I'm the executive director of Agence Clearinghouse, which is an international organization that was created by the internet industry in 1993 and 94 to support critical internet infrastructure. So we support internet exchange points, we support the core of the domain name system, we do regulatory and policy work, and we support cybersecurity coordination. So those are the 4 areas in which we have worked for the last 20 years. Internet exchange points are the site at which internet bandwidth is created and the site from which the value of the internet is derived. There's a lot of economic theory behind this, which I will not try and get into in the half an hour or 40 minutes that we have for this. But what I will do is give you a quick explanation of the building blocks of the internet. So the internet is made up, as you saw in that video, of networks that interconnect with each other. It's often depicted as a big cloud, which is an abstraction used by people who don't understand what the internet actually consists of. And I'm going to try and give you what it actually consists of so you don't need to think of it as a cloud anymore. To do so, I'm going to employ little clouds, which will represent the individual networks. The important thing to understand is that there are only 4 kinds of internet service provider, and they are essentially 4 stages of growth. And there are only 2 ways that these networks connect with each other. So if you have those 4 building blocks and you understand the 2 ways that they interconnect with each other, there's no part of the internet that you cannot understand literally. There's no part of the internet that you have to resort to analogy to understand. So the first stage of growth of an internet service provider is this. It's essentially a middleman. You're buying internet service from a larger internet service provider above you, and you're selling it to customers below you. So you buy the same service that you're selling to your customers. The problem is that your network takes money and time and effort to operate, and it introduces delay for the packets going through it, and there is always some chance of it failing. It will fail some of the time. And so it increases the cost and decreases the quality of the service that you're selling relative to the person that you're buying from. So the question is then, why would a customer buy from you instead of bypassing you, the middleman, and going to your provider and buying from them? And the answer is aggregation. So the service provider that is acting as a middleman can sell to many different kinds of customers. Some of those customers have inbound traffic. Some of them have outbound traffic. Some of them use the internet in the daytime. Others use the internet at night. By aggregating these different kinds of traffic together into one pipe, they gain efficiency. And so in very round numbers, many networks sell 10 or 11 times as much bandwidth to their customers as they're buying from their upstream service providers. And that's not cheating. That's not overselling what they have. That's not selling the same candy bar to 10 customers. It's aggregating dissimilar kinds of traffic together, interleaving them, multiplexing them together, and using the connection to their service provider more efficiently than any of the customers do. It's in that increase of efficiency that the middleman creates value. So that's the first and simplest kind of internet service provider. The connection between this service provider and their customer is the same as the connection between their service provider and themselves. These are called transit connections. It's the exchange of money for service purchased that allows the bits to move anywhere in the world. The customer hands packets to this internet service provider. This internet service provider is then responsible for moving those packets wherever they need to go in the world. They in turn pass that responsibility along to their service provider, along with some money, to make that transaction happen. So this is the first and simplest stage. The second stage looks like a very simple change. It's just the addition of a second or additional internet service provider upstream. This is a fairly fundamental change in the business model, however, because it gives you 2 additional benefits beyond aggregation. One is redundancy. If one of these 2 service providers goes down, it's quite likely that the other one will still be up. If either one of these 2 service providers is up and your own network is up, then your customer is up. So let's say that these 2 upstream service providers are both relatively unreliable. Let's say that each of them is down 1% of the time, 3 days out of every year. So if we have 2 service providers, 1% of the time, both of them will be down simultaneously. right? The overlap between the two is going to be 1/100th of 1% of the time, or about 15 minutes out of every year. Okay, so if our own network is somewhat more reliable than either of those, let's say it's 99.9% reliable, so we're down 1/10 of 1% of the time, or about 8 hours a day, or sorry, 8 hours a year, then the sum of our unreliability, our 0.1%, and the product of the two upstream providers, 0.01%, adds up to 0.11%. So 0.11% of the time, about 8 hours and 15 minutes out of every year, our customers are going to be offline. That's better than they could get if they went to either of the upstream providers who have 3 days of downtime. Okay? So this is the first benefit, redundancy. The second benefit is what in the telephone network would be called least cost routing. In the telephone network, that means that if we have two ways to reach a destination, and one costs 15 cents a minute and the other one costs $1.50 a minute, we choose the 15-cent a minute route. In the internet, however, paths tend to be fixed cost and often relatively similar in price, but they differ a lot in quality, in path length. So let's say, for instance, that provider A allows us to reach Google in 8 hops and Amazon in 4 hops. And provider B allows us to reach Amazon in 8 hops and Google in 4 hops. The view through either of these two providers is an average of 6 hops long. So that average characterizes how far they are from the rest of the internet. So these two providers look very similar. They both have an average distance from the rest of the internet of 6 hops. And our own network is one additional hop of distance that gets added between our customers and the rest of the internet. So you think, well then the service that we're providing to our customers is 7 hops away from the rest of the internet on average. But this is not the case. In fact, our routers select the 4-hop path from one provider and the 4-hop path from another provider. So we add 1 hop to that, and now our customer is 5 hops away from the internet, which is better than they would be if they bought from either of the two upstream providers. Now, this is dependent on those two providers being different from each other. If both providers were 6 hops away from both Amazon and Google, or even if they were both 8 hops away from Amazon and 4 hops away from Google, this trick wouldn't work. Similarly, if you look at the redundancy, if both of these providers sold service over the same piece of fiber out of your office, the same piece of fiber that went down the street, the same piece of fiber that went across the Mediterranean, anywhere that fiber gets cut, it'll take both providers down. So the more similar two providers are to each other, the less valuable they are to you as transit providers, because the redundancy is less valuable. Two identical providers provide no actual redundancy. The more dissimilar they are, the greater this value. The third stage of growth, and this is the one that Tunisian ISPs are about to be able to experience, is appearing at an internet exchange point. So in the first two stages of growth, our fundamental costs are set by the person who's selling service to us. If they're charging in lira, if they're charging in euros, if they're charging in yen, our prices to our customers are going to be fundamentally affected by, say, the exchange rate. If they and their competitors all charge very high prices, we'll have to charge very high prices to our customers. We don't have a choice. We can't sell for a price that is fundamentally independent of what we're paying for our input costs. That changes with this third stage of growth. With the third stage of growth, we now have an additional way of delivering packets. So before, we could take a packet and deliver it to a customer, or we could deliver it to transit. So the same form of relationship, but one is upstream and one is downstream. So in one case, we get paid, in the other case, we have to pay. Now we've added a different kind of connection. So before, it was the same kind of connection between the modules, the networks in this internet, but just different directions. The second kind of connection is not directional. It's a peering connection. It's not a vertical connection in the topology, but a horizontal connection in the topology. It's directionless. There's no money that flows across a peering connection. It is a connection between two equal networks, neither one of which is the customer of the other. So, whereas before, a customer would hand us a packet and they would pay us, and we have to then hand the packet on to one of our two transit providers and pay them. Now, the customer hands us a packet, and we have a choice. We can either deliver it to our transit provider and pay money out, or we can deliver it across our peering connection through the internet exchange point to another internet service provider at no cost. Obviously, we would much rather deliver the packet at no cost and retain the money from our customer. But we can't do that for any destinations that we can't see through the internet exchange point. This is a horizontal connection, and it only gives us access to the other internet service providers who participate in our internet exchange point and their customers. We can see anything horizontally across from us and anything down from them. Okay? So we don't get access to the entire internet. We only get access to other internet service providers that are local to us and their customers if they participate at the exchange point. Therefore, it's really beneficial to us to have two things. Number one, universal participation at the exchange point. We want as many internet service providers as possible to participate at the exchange point that's local to us. So not only the ones who are based here in Tunisia, but also, as Malcolm said, ones that are international that will come here in order to peer with us. The second thing we need is for our customers to prefer destinations that are local to us over destinations that are remote. Because we don't have a choice. We can't force our customers to talk to other customers that are local to us. They choose who they send email to. They choose what websites they visit. They choose what torrents to download. Okay? So we need for them to have a reason to prefer local content. And we have some advantages here. Language is one advantage, right? Arabic content is more likely to be produced in an Arabic country. French content is more likely to be produced in a Francophone country. These are things that help localize content. News. News is about where people live. The international news is interesting, but local news is more interesting. People care more about, what building burned down when they heard the fire trucks last night than they do about somebody squabbling halfway around the world. So local news, whether it be a newspaper that puts their news online or whether it be a television station that makes their news broadcasts available for download time shifted, these are both really good kinds of local content. Peer-to-peer file sharing also prefers locality. So if somebody downloads something and now there's a local copy of that content, peer-to-peer file sharing clients will always prefer that local copy that they can reach quickly. There are some caveats there, and I'm not going to bother to get into them in a short talk, but I can do this talk for 2 days without repeating myself, and in the 2-day version you'd get the full details of that. So the big shift between sort of stage 1 and 2 versus stage 3 is suddenly we have economic control over our own destiny. If we can influence our customers' behavior and we can get our peers to join us at the exchange point, suddenly we have a local source of internet bandwidth. We don't have to get it from our transit providers anymore. We'll get some from the transit providers, but we'll get some locally. Making that mix of transit and peering favor peering as much as possible is what will make us as profitable as possible. The more profit we make, the more we can retain in country, the more we can reinvest in growth, the more we can use to lower prices so that we can reach a broader market, the more we can put into promotions so that people will buy service and use the internet for things that they didn't use it for before. So the fourth and final stage is simply connecting to multiple internet exchange points. There's no network in the world that is so large that it doesn't fit into this model, this fourth stage. And really big networks connect to 30, 40 internet exchange points, maybe more than that. Martin? HE, how many exchange points does HE hit? 60. Okay, so really big networks might connect to 60 internet exchange points. And by connecting to more internet exchange points, they can reach more of the world through their peers. At this point, if they connect to enough internet exchange points, those connections to transit providers may get little or not at all. There are a half dozen internet service providers out there that claim that they don't have any upstream transit. Their peering is so universal that they don't need to buy any transit at all, and that's a claim that can be probably factually disproved. So let's look at how this fits together in terms of actually routing traffic. On the screen here, I've shown two networks. One that I've colored in red and one's colored in green. Each one of them has a customer. The customers want to talk to each other. So the red customer passes a packet to the red network. So this is transit. They've paid the red network to deliver the packet. And the red network now has the packet, and they have to decide, do I hand it to the green network through the IXP that's near me, or through the ISP that's far away from me? Sorry, IXP that's far away from me. And speed times distance equals cost. We can go a long way at a high speed for a whole lot of money, or we can go a short distance at low speed for almost no money, or we can go a short distance at a high speed for a reasonable so forth. So speed times distance equals cost. I'm always going to choose to deliver a packet over the shortest possible path, because that's what's going to cost me the least amount of money and is going to give me the best possible performance. As long as everyone delivers things on the shortest possible path, the sum of those optimized paths will itself be the shortest possible path between any 2 points, even if it had to have several different parties handling the traffic along the way. So, the red network hands off the packet at the nearby IXP. The green network is now responsible for hauling that traffic long haul inbound to them, and then they hand it to their customer and they get paid. Right? So each customer is paying for this service. The red network only had to spend a little bit of money to deliver the packet a short distance. The green network had to spend somewhat more money to haul that traffic inbound from an internet exchange point that was distant from them before they got paid. So they both made money, but the red network made more money on this phase of the transaction. But all transactions have two directions. So the green customer is now going to reply back to the red customer with whatever the red customer wanted, and they hand off their packet to the green network and pay for that. The green network now makes exactly the same decision that the red network did. It says, I'm always going to deliver on the short outbound path, which gives us the other exchange point this time, because the other exchange point is nearer to the green network. Now it's the red network's turn to haul the traffic long haul inbound, deliver it to their customer, and get paid. So if we draw a dotted line through the center of these two exchange points, the red network collects all the money from its customer and is responsible for all its own costs. And so because everything is under its control, and all the costs and budget are under its control, it can optimize its own network. It can do whatever it wants to in its own network to make its network work as efficiently as possible. It doesn't have to settle up with anyone else, buy any services from anyone else, try and convince anyone else to do its bidding. Everything is under its control. The green network, exactly the same thing is true for it. On its side of the dotted line, it has complete control. Each of them has the incentive to operate as efficiently as possible, and so the sum of that gives us an overall efficiency that is greater than could be achieved if there were any settlements involved, or anyone were depending upon an outside party to operate on their behalf. So that symmetry, it's not a mirror symmetry, it's a rotational symmetry. it gives us a fair sharing of costs. And the sort of the hand gesture to demonstrate this is like so, right? We have one network here, one network here. They interconnect. There's always a short outbound and a long inbound. So the efficiency, the way you would sort of express this, for any two parties who wish to exchange traffic, there must be a pair of exchanges, one near each party. This is how it works if it's efficient. The corollary to this is that if you don't have an exchange point near you, you pay disproportionately more to achieve the same goal. Okay? So right now, where does your bandwidth come from? A lot of it comes from London, a lot of it comes from Amsterdam, a lot of it comes from Frankfurt. You're paying, Tunisian customers are paying to move all of that traffic in both directions up to Europe and back. Yet, moving it all of that extra distance does not advantage them. Moving it all that extra distance makes it slower, it makes it more expensive, and it makes it less reliable. If instead you build an exchange point here, people in Europe will build out to here, they'll build more network, more capacity to here, in order to be able to receive traffic from you here and pay their half. And you say, well, that doesn't make sense. They're advantaged right now. Why would they make a capital expenditure to come here just so that they could then pay more in the future to split costs with me evenly? Why wouldn't they just prefer the status quo? And honestly, they're not going to go too far out of their way to come help you. They're waiting for you to help yourself. You have to build the exchange point here. They're not going to come and do it for you. But once you do build the exchange point, that's giving them a location from which they can work. That's giving them a location from which they can meet other internet service providers here. They can provide a better quality of service. They can reach customers here. Their customers can reach customers in Tunisia. Tunisian customers can reach their customers. Because of the network effect, because adding more people to the internet and giving them shorter paths to each other increases value for everyone. It's in everyone's best advantage to make that happen. Theirs as well as yours. So this is a map of where the 350 exchange points in the world are. Do you want to just use that one instead of this one? What? Okay, great. All right, I'll use this. So this is a map of where the 350 exchange points in the world are. It's probably a little bit hard to see, but the dots are transparent so that in places where they're clustered particularly densely, you can see them begin to add up. So New Zealand here, a very small country but with 7 internet exchange points. It looks fairly right on this map. Japan, another fairly small country with a whole lot of exchange points, looks very right on the map. Africa, as you can see, there are some exchange points, primarily on the east coast, down to South Africa. Some more clustered on the west coast, very few in the center, and very few in North Africa. Latin America, South America used to be very much in the same situation as Africa, but has done a lot of work in the last 3 or 4 years. Brazil now has, I think, 21 exchange points. They went from having just one in Sao Paulo to having 21. Pretty much every major city in Brazil has one, just in the last 5 years or so. Argentina, likewise, has gone from 1 to, I think they've got 7 now, just in the last 3 years, and they're planning on adding another 10 in the next year and a half or 2 years. The Caribbean has gone from having none at all to having 6 or 7 in the last 2 years. The United States has 85 exchange points, which is pretty good. Europe, in a much smaller area, has more than 120. So Europe, as you can see, is by far the densest area of exchange points. And like Japan, it has very low cost of internet service because everyone is near not just one exchange point, but a bunch of exchange points, which means that the internet service providers can reach that fourth stage of growth, that fourth and most efficient stage of growth, much more easily. The more internet exchange points there are near you, the easier it is to connect to lots of internet exchange points. Therefore, Europe, because they've built a lot of internet exchange points, has the resources to grow more quickly than other places do. Also, the equipment that internet service providers use, a lot of people think of economies of scale, meaning the bigger something is, the cheaper it is per unit. The more units you buy, the cheaper it is per unit. Up to a point, that's the case. But beyond a certain point, it becomes difficult to make something larger. And we're always dependent upon vendors making bigger and faster equipment for us. So at a certain point, you simply can't buy anything bigger and faster. So London, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, they all have the problem that there's more they could do if vendors could sell them a bigger, faster switch, right? A switch that had more 100 gigabit ports on it, more 10 gigabit ports, so forth. Having more internet exchange points divides that load more ways. So if there were only one internet exchange point in the world, as was the case in 1993, that exchange point would have to carry all the world's traffic. But a larger, faster switch still wouldn't be available. So the world would be constrained to the amount of traffic that could flow through that internet exchange. That would be a very small world relative to what we actually have today. What we actually have today is one in which 350 internet exchanges share that load. 350 internet exchanges give us capacity that is all additive in parallel. So another internet exchange point here, another internet exchange point in Enfidel, both of those add capacity to the global total and add growth capacity to Tunisia. So the number of internet exchange points in the world, like I say, it's past 350 now, I think. This slide was from 2010. It's not a straight line, but if you were to draw a straight line, the straight line would be one new exchange point every 3 weeks, going back to 1993. So what does it look like when you build an internet exchange point? First of all, you start with a room, and you put a switch in that room. The switch is just a regular Ethernet switch. There's nothing fancy about it. If you bought any old Ethernet switch and took it out of the box with no configuration whatsoever, it would function. It wouldn't be, configured for best practices, and it wouldn't give you any extra features, but any Ethernet switch could function as an exchange point switch. There's nothing fancy about it. Then you have a couple of internet service providers who bring routers and put them in the room and connect them to that switch. And on the other side of that router is their network servicing their customers. And some more internet service providers come along and connect their routers. And that room is in a building somewhere. And the building has other rooms. And other internet service providers might make deals with the owner of that building to put their routers into other rooms. And those rooms start to fill up. And then someone will say, well, how about we put another switch into another room so that we can connect more routers to that switch, well, just using one port on the original switch. So instead of using 4 more ports on this switch to connect 4 more participants, we've connected these participants to a second switch, and now we're only using 1 port on that switch. It needs to be a faster port, but up to a point we can get faster ports. So this might be a 10 gigabit port, whereas these are 1 gigabit ports. So this might be a 100 gigabit port when these are 10 gigabit ports. And then, there are other buildings out there, and those buildings have rooms in them, and we can do the same thing in those rooms in other buildings. So we continue to grow this way, and more rooms, and more switches in more rooms. One thing worthy of note here is that when we connect new switches, we connect those switches back to the original switch. We don't cascade them off each other in a continuously growing topology. Obviously, you can connect switches in pretty much any topology, and Spanning Tree will figure it out and make it work. But that's not the most efficient way to do it. Right? So as you start to grow, you get away from just plugging anything into anything and trusting that the defaults will work, to a more tuned topology where, as Arnold was saying, smart engineers have to deal with these very specific technical problems that start to come up as you scale to a bigger topology and as you add additional buildings with still more switches. But you do start to reach the limits of growth of an exchange point here. The more switches you interconnect with each other, the more ports you need to interconnect the switches, as opposed to interconnecting routers. So here, we have a switch with 2 routers connected to it, and 1 port facing that switch. But this switch also has a port facing that switch. So here, we're using 2 switch ports between switches, and 2 switch ports to talk to these routers. So it's a ratio that's not very efficient, right? We've got 2 switch ports that are wasted, effectively, in order to make it possible to hook these 2 routers to this switch. So we've used 4 switch ports to connect 2 routers instead of using 2 switch ports to connect 2 routers. So the bigger you grow, the worse that problem gets. You can solve that by getting switches that have more ports on them and faster aggregation ports. But again, there's always a limit to this. And so there's a whole interesting branch of mathematics about figuring out that balance. But suffice it to say that it starts to become very difficult beyond 3 or 4 switches. Up to 3 or 4 switches is not a big deal. After 3 or 4 switches, it becomes an engineering problem and the options you have from vendors start to become very limited. The number of vendors that you can get equipment from that has enough ports per chassis and so forth. So that was it for this talk. I think I'd like to put whatever time I have left back into Q&A at the end, because I think we probably have some pretty good questions.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. I think it's really interesting and very worthy to explain your explanation about how to grow an internet exchange point. Really, it's very easy to start an internet exchange point just to put a switch, as you mentioned. It's very, very interesting that you mentioned this. So, but the benefits from an internet exchange point is larger as you decrease the costs, as you mentioned, because there is a throughput multiply the distance equal costs. This is, I think, something that we need to consider for Tunisia. If you want that the broadband with increasing quality, service, and decrease the price, so internet exchange point is the solution for this. So I think people and the ISPs from different countries can be with us and can come to.
So something that I didn't mention is that yesterday, Wes and I went down to Infida and we PCH donated a switch for the exchange point there, and we'll do the same for the exchange point here. And we have a further commitment to bring DNS root servers and CCTLD name servers to the exchange points. So these will be presumably the first international participation in each of these 2 exchange points. And we can bring about 120 top-level domains here, including quite a few Arabic domains in Arabic script. So, for instance, the Saudi and United Arab Emirates domains are available both in Arabic script and in ASCII. And also .fr and its other
domain names.
French.
Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting, as you mentioned, when we have an internet exchange point, there is directly a lot of projects that can be done. And the collaboration in this field doesn't really stop. We always have something to do. So I will welcome Ben Scott from MLab to talk about open measurement for open internet. I think it's something that we really need to focus on it, because it's something that we can make into innovation, foster the development of internet. Thanks, Ben. Go ahead.
Thank you, Noah. So Bill gave you the logic, the economics, and the technical architecture of internet exchange points, and in his very elegant presentation, I think the takeaway is it's a relatively simple idea that, if applied effectively, is enormously beneficial. So my talk starts there, and I would say the title of my talk is Open Measurement for an Open Internet. The subtitle is Things You Can Do at Your Exchange Point. So, Measurement Lab. this idea. The idea is that the internet is this vast, decentralized, dynamic network of networks, as we saw in the video that started out this session, and trying to figure out what's going on the internet is a complicated business. Of course, every network operator knows what's happening on its own network, but that information is usually held very closely by the network operator. There has, up to now, not been a way for third parties, researchers, consumers, regulators, journalists, other network operators, to get a broad understanding of what is the performance like on the network today, tomorrow, last month, last year, and have a common set of data to look at, to analyze, that will have experiments that are replicable. We need an open data set. That was the idea behind MLab. That open data set would have to be public. The way the data was collected must be transparent, and ideally all of the code for the operating system of the data collection and the tools that run against that data set should be open source, so that anyone in the internet community can participate. So MLab was created a few years ago. It has since grown to include a wide variety of partners, including corporate partners, government partners, research universities, think tanks, NGOs, all of whom use the MLab platform for different reasons. Several IXPs are also partners in MLab and have MLab servers inside the IXP, which is an ideal location for measurement, which I'll explain in just a minute. So what MLab has provided since its inception is open, verifiable, public data about internet performance and tools to analyze that data. We've got 700 terabytes of raw data that anyone can query any day, all day long. Do whatever you like with that information. It is an open global infrastructure that is now spread across the world. Here's how it works. Bill had nice white lines and charts. I have cats. Cats being the dominant theme of popular internet users on YouTube and Facebook. So we start with internet users. Here's how MLab works. You go to the Measurement Lab website. You decide, I want to test my connection. I click Test My Connection. That triggers a message being sent to the nearest MLab server. There are more than 100 MLab servers around the world. The message will be sent to the nearest one, and Measurement Lab will take a series of measurements about what happens to the packets that go to and from your computer and the MLab server. Simple as that. That data will then be fed into a database and instantly published for public availability, so that anybody who's interested in analyzing that data can run what we call BigQuery against the database and decide, okay, I want to know only what's happening on internet traffic in Tunisia. I would like to specify just these two networks, and I'm going to look at this period of time, and I want to know about throughput and packet loss. BigQuery will give you that data and even give you some simple visualization. There are 12 different tools that have been developed to run against the MLab platform. These tools were all built by different researchers who had different ideas of what they wanted to learn from the data. NDT is the most common tool. That's the network diagnostic tool. That's the one I just described. That gives you information about throughput. That gives you information about jitter, latency, packet loss, and ping times. There are a variety of other tools. I won't detail them all. You can check them out on the website. But there's some interesting stuff being developed all the time, including things that detect traffic shaping, including things that look at content blocking if there are particular IP addresses that are being blocked. And there are a couple of tools in development now that will look for congestion in the network and try to locate that congestion, which has been quite interesting to both network operators and to regulators. Yeah. It's important to point out that the Measurement Lab is one way of taking a performance measurement about the internet. There are many ways to do it, and many of the regulators who are currently using the Measurement Lab platform use it in conjunction with other testing tools that they have inside of their own systems. This is a rough breakdown of where the MLab servers are located. I am pleased to say today that as of, I think, 48 hours ago, the MLab server in Tunisia has gone live. It is now fully configured and operational. So any Tunisian internet user can get a reliable measurement that will send MLab packets from your computer to the MLab server and back. And over the course of the next several months, you'll develop a data set based on those tests that will give you a very good picture of what's happening on the internet locally. And you can compare that information across nations, across regions, as well as to global averages. This is a list of the national regulators that have begun to use Measurement Lab tools so far. Just a couple of months ago, I presented Measurement Lab at a conference of all of the European telecommunications regulators. Several of them are already using MLab to good effect. The Greek regulator I would draw your attention to in particular. The Greeks have done something very interesting and very much with the spirit of Measurement Lab as a distributed network. The Greek regulator decided, without asking permission, without talking to anyone, they just decided this is a really great platform. They built 2 Measurement Lab servers inside the country. They built a software interface for users. The software interface is called Hyperion, and it sits on the Greek regulator's website. As a consumer, I can go there and I can do 3 things. One is if I'm trying to decide which broadband service product I should buy, I can see what kind of speeds my neighbors are getting. And I can see what my neighbors are paying, because all of the tariffs in Greece are publicly registered. The second thing I can do is I can test my connection and see whether or not I'm getting what I'm paying for. Is the throughput that I'm getting today, right now, or over a series of tests over a week or a month, giving me the throughput that I'm paying for according to my tariff? And the third thing that I can do is if I discover that I'm not getting what I'm paying for, or my traffic is being shaped in a way that I feel is not appropriate or legal, I can instantly file a complaint with the regulator and ask the regulator to inquire with the operator why it is I'm not getting the service that I would like. The Greeks are very rightly proud of this service, and it's one that I would suggest that you check out. It's really interesting. Things that have been done so far with Measurement Lab, you can look at this data and you can see patterns. If any one of you takes a measurement on your computer right now on the Measurement Lab website, that one single measurement will be interesting but not statistically valuable. Because you're using a shared connection, it may show anomalies to the connection speed. That one connection will not be a verifiable measure of the performance of the network you're using. But if I have 200,000 measurements from Tunisia over the course of a week or a month, that kind of scale gives me the ability to see patterns which don't lie. The numbers in the Measurement Lab database are now so large that we can see really interesting patterns that show us what's happening on the network. So, for example, I don't know if you can see this from the back of the room, but so I'll just explain what you're seeing. What you see on this graph, each of the colored lines is the download throughput for all of the ISPs in Greece. And what you see is that in the middle of 2010, one of the operators suddenly had a dramatic loss in throughput over the course of several months. That operator has several million customers. That operator did not inform the customers that such a thing was happening, and the regulator only knew that there was a problem in the network because they were looking at this data. Here's another example, which is a different way of looking at the same data. This is the same sort of patterns. This is also the same Greek ISPs. What you see here is the percentage of packet retransmissions on the network. So what you see here is during the same period that the network operator lost a dramatic amount of throughput, you also see a huge spike in the number of packet retransmissions, indicating some kind of significant congestion on the network. As a regulator, knowing that this is happening allows you to instantly talk with the operator and identify what's happening. As a consumer, it allows you to decide to ask your service provider what's going on. And as an operator, it makes you powerfully motivated to fix your problems because your competitors can also see all this data. Here's a similar example from France. This is download throughputs. You'll see right to the right side of the graph, you see the red line. You see a sudden drop in download throughputs for that network. And again, you see it in the packet retransmissions. You see a sudden spike for that network. So, the basic idea, again, around Measurement Lab is the same simple principles that informs the logic of an internet exchange point. When you have lots of traffic moving through the same locations, you can put tools like Measurement Lab in the IXP, and you can take an open and transparent measurement. Open tools, public data, open source infrastructure, crowdsourced collaborative analysis and by researchers and stakeholders around the world gives you very, very valuable insights into what's happening on the internet that can be useful to a variety of stakeholders in the internet community. So, I'm not just here to tell you about Measurement Lab. I'm here to celebrate the Measurement Lab server that's been installed at TuneXP, and also to interest you and recruit you, I hope, if you're here from an operator or another country, and to think about putting an MLab server in your network as well. Partnering with MLab is as simple as putting a server in a rack and configuring it into the MLab system. We have people who will do that for free, and once you are a part of the network, your data becomes a part of this open resource, and you get not only the benefit of your own analysis of the data you collected, but the analysis of this huge community of thousands of researchers all around the world. Finally, another benefit of the MLab community is if you decide we would really like to know something about our network that we don't know, or we would really like to do a regional comparison, or we would really like to have a better measurement of congestion, or we would really like to have a better idea about peak network loads, or the amount of traffic that's being routed through the exchange on different paths, you can ask the community of researchers to design a tool. Constantly there are questions being asked to this network of some of the best research universities in the world, some of the most sophisticated engineering companies in the world. Here's our question. Does anybody have an answer for this question? I'd say half of the 12 MLab testing tools were designed, use open source code, verified by a group of technical advisors, and validated through testing before they were placed on the platform. All of these tests were designed in response to questions posed by members of the MLab community. So, please do find me during the course of the workshop today or tomorrow if you'd like to learn more about MLab. I'd be very, very glad to talk with you, and I'll, of course, be open to answer your questions at the end of this panel, but let me give the mic to Jane.
Before getting to Jane, I will just say thank you to Ben for making the MLab available in Tunisia and in TuneXP, and it's also a message for our regulator and also for civil society, because you know, after the revolution and before the revolution also, we had a lot of concern on quality of services for internet, and when something is running not good in Tunisia, say okay, this is censorship. And ITI says fingered by all the society saying ITI is censoring again or something like this. But I know now we're open. Open data will be quality of service and available. All tests will be available for the community. You can just join us and test the quality of service of Internet Tunisia. I think open data will be available for everyone, and the operator have to consider this very carefully, and also the regulator. I know they're there, but I'm sure that our activists here and our civil society with hackerspace can play with us a very good game. Thank you. Go, Jane.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Coffin. I'm with the Internet Society. I have been a regulator. I've worked for a company, AT&T, and I've also worked overseas in Moldova and Armenia with a regulator there. And now I'm with the Internet Society. We are a global nonprofit with offices around the world, Asia, Latin America, North America, Europe, and Africa. I'll keep this brief. I have quite a few slides which you can look at online later. But again, I want to stress that we're a global nonprofit. We're a well-funded nonprofit. I know some people hear the word nonprofit and they think, okay, what is that? Our mission is to extend the benefit of the internet, full stop, to anyone and everyone. That is a great mission for someone like me to have because I really enjoy this. And one of my specific focuses is trying to help build internet capacity, working with people like Bill and others around the world where we can help develop internet exchange points with collaborators and colleagues, AFRINIC, APNIC, RIPE, and others, some of the regional internet registries. This is a big community, and I want to stress that this presentation is mostly on the governance side and people. But again, we're a dedicated, global, independent, experienced, responsive thought leader. The Internet Society was created by some of the founders of the Internet, Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn, the developers of TCP/IP. You can't do much on the Internet without that. So we're a 20-year-old plus organization. We're also the institutional and operational home of something called the Internet Engineering Task Force. The IETF standards are those standards that are used for the foundational aspects of the Internet. Other work we do, as Malcolm had mentioned, we do a lot of work with the OECD, with the ITU. We do advocate for an open Internet. As Moez was saying, we do have a role with civil society as well. We believe that the Internet should be open and accessible to everyone. We undertake research and outreach as well, recognizing also the partnerships we have around the world with other entities like companies, private sector, and we're a keen advocate of the innovation that is important to an open and accessible Internet. Our global presence, we have these statistics are not accurate because we've just formed some more chapters. Those are local versions of the Internet Society around the world. We have over 70,000 individual members, people like you sitting in this room. It's free to join the Internet Society. You can access our website and see some of the work that we do and the advocacy and the technical standards that we advocate from an open perspective. 146 organizational members, those are companies, research networks, IXPs, and other. The regional office is 5, and we have people all over the world that work for the Internet Society. In Africa, we have 25 chapters and over 11,000 individual members, people like you in the room. How we work, we're at the intersection of technology, policy, and development. And my focus, again, is on the development, bringing the internet where we can, and developing IXPs around the world. I'm going to skip this for you, because you can see this online. As you can see with the top piece here on Africa, some of our key work that we're hoping to achieve this year, at least, and throughout the next couple of years. More interconnection and traffic exchange work, development of IXPs, CCTLD, capacity building, and more. Am I talking too fast? Sometimes I speak too quickly, so if sorry to the translators in advance. You've heard from others today about the importance of internet exchange points. I want to stress this issue of keeping local traffic local. Bill explained that if you have to take long-haul connectivity costs, if your traffic has to go from Tunisia to London and back, the quality of service is lower, the time to do this is slower, and it's cheaper, better, faster. It's not cheaper. So if you want cheaper, better, faster connectivity, and IXP will help do that, you exchange traffic in your country rather than having to send it out. As Bill had indicated, the economies of scale there are important with IXPs, local traffic, local. Why would you want to send it out? You also can build more businesses when businesses realize that there's better quality of service. So from the government's perspective, there's an economic advantage to trying to create more local business when you have a more consistent quality of service on the internet. If you're a local content provider, as Bill was saying, a news entity, if you're an app developer, you want better connectivity, faster connectivity, and better quality of service. This is one thing that an IXP can help you develop in your local market. IXPs around the world. Bill had one version of this. This is from telegeography. You can see spread around the globe. The statistics that we're seeing, and we've worked very closely with Packet Clearinghouse and others to develop IXPs. Bill does the technical side. We're usually on the community building side with some technical expertise. But I want to stress this is a community effort. There are people all over the world working with each other from the technical, governance, and human perspective. These are networks of trust that you build from person to person. This is really, really important and something that we've been doing for over 20 years. This is what Afrinic does around the world, in Africa, regionally. And to build those local communities of trust, very, very important. The internet pioneers over 20 years ago reached out around the world to try and encourage better technical understanding, diffusion of standards. Those trust networks were built. It was very important. So today, we still see some of the internet pioneers, like Nick Wayner from Ghana, and Diel, who's in the back of the room, and Hisham, and others who have been working here in the region to build that capacity, and my colleague Machugi, who you'll see in a minute. Another reason, as I just described, quality of service goes up, your latency comes down, local traffic, you can see the gigabits go up. Content, you can bring content closer to the user, which is cheaper, as Bill had explained earlier. Other benefits, more traffic being exchanged, e-government. The tax authorities in Kenya are using the iX. This was very useful to them for local content. Something there for the government to think about. Incentives, beyond the peering value, Bill described some of this and some of the other speakers before me did, so I'll focus on this. CDNs. We've seen the formula for development grow over the last 20 years, which is building the human, the technical, and the governance infrastructures. This is very important. One thing we often say is that an IXP is 80% human social engineering and 20% technical. You need the people in the community to buy into this model, to peer together, and to exchange traffic locally. It really is something important for Tunisia to think about doing more and more, and to work with colleagues across Africa to build up that content. Up in this corner is Machugi Mwangi, who's one of our experts from the Internet Society. He's in Kenya. He helped develop the Kenyan IX. This is Mohammed Rudman in the bottom from Nigeria, the Nigerian IXP. He's been in the newspaper recently because he's trying to compete with Nishal in South Africa. He wants to be the IX with the most traffic in the region. Up in this corner are two young women from the exchange in Lesotho. It's a small exchange. This is one of the exchanges we helped get up and running. IXPs don't need to be expensive to be effective. One of the things that we've heard is misinformation about how much it costs. Some people are saying, oh, it's $300,000 to start an IX. Some of our experience in some smaller countries, a lot of other countries, and Bill can help here, it's roughly between, I think, $15,000 and $20,000 for startup. We worry about the concept that people think it's super expensive and you want to gold plate it and get the best of the best. You just need to start. Donated equipment is how I think Link started, if you see here. 5 members on a donated switch. Malcolm can tell you more later. But we often work with people like Bill and from our own side and obtain donated equipment. It's not old. There is some refurbished equipment that we can obtain, but we help donate that equipment. So that means there's no cost to you to help build that IX. From the governance side, we're seeing that not-for-profit membership-driven governance models most common globally. From small IXPs to some of the largest in the world, for-profit commercial IXPs generally limited to exceptionally strong markets, Europe and the US. Neutrality and transparency are key, and that's why we're here, to talk to you about what they are, what they do. Not a secret. You come together, you peer. There's a lot of technology behind the scenes, but it's important for you to understand why to do it and how. One other important principle that we've discovered, it's important not to compete with your members. So you're not going to compete for that same traffic. You're going to have them hosted, they're going to peer, but it's not a competition with your membership. Inclusive policies and processes, encouraging network research and engineering networks, mobile operators, other government networks to peer as well, important, and also helpful for sustainability. The human infrastructure, again, 80% of this is social engineering from our perspective, the community coming together to agree to run the IX. Understanding the value proposition key, Bill described that earlier. Again, the trust and the relationship building, essential. And the technical capacity building, the human infrastructure. We offer workshops around the world and we'll pull experts together, and that's something that Moez and I were talking about just a minute ago. the Internet Society is committed to working with colleagues here in Tunisia. Should you want to arrange for a workshop to help promote more technical capacity, we'd be happy to partner with you to do that. I'll keep moving on this. You've heard a lot of this before. We have a program called Interconnection and Traffic Exchange, and one of the things that I can do is show you. We've put together a grant proposal and we're awarded a grant by the Google.org Foundation. It's the social nonprofit side of Google. This is to help write a toolkit about the best practices, IXP best practices from around the world, to create a portal and to provide training. Again, this is not the company side of Google, it's their social doing good, if you will, their foundation. So that's where we may be able to partner with you here in Tunisia to provide some training and other expertise. We put together a study recently about the barriers to connectivity in sub-Saharan Africa. IXPs are not the one and only thing, obviously, that make your systems work. There are other things that are very important from the regulatory and policy side. This is the governance again. The government has a role and a responsibility to help make the market more competitive, to break down some of those barriers to connectivity by looking at, is the submarine cable backhaul from the landing station cheaper? Can you bring transit costs down? That all helps facilitate a better and more robust environment. So there's a role for everyone. And it's important that also the technical side of the house, the technical experts, work with government to understand what the IX is. So the IX is not a mystery to you, so you think it's something that you need to regulate. We've seen this happen in other countries, where the regulator seems to think because this thing exists, they have to regulate it. Be very careful there, you could regulate it out of existence. So the important thing is to allow it to live, and allow the technical experts to do their job. Because that's the important thing, is to work in partnership as government, industry, and from a technical perspective. We have a meeting that we hold every year called the African Peering and Interconnection Forum. This year it will be in Morocco, the 3rd through the 5th of September. We bring together peering coordinators, network operators, and experts from around the world to meet, to talk, to understand more what is peering, how does it work, meet their colleagues from around the continent so that they can see, who the person is that they want to peer with. Sometimes we find that people have been trying to connect with each other for months. They come to our meeting and they say, you're the guy with the AS, blah, blah, blah. So you're the person I want to interconnect with. That meeting, just talking, having a tea, a coffee, meeting that person helps facilitate, believe it or not, that trust network being built and that interconnection and peering that takes place around the continent. Again, it's a meeting in September. You're all welcome. There's no cost. Please join us. We had a meeting last year in South Africa. It was our 3rd one. Every year we're seeing the numbers and participants go up. Sponsorship, lots of different companies come. Some of the entities here that spoke to you earlier, from DKIX, Links, AM6, others from around the world come and speak and help train people. And one more thing to mention, there is an AU project. The African Union has awarded the Internet Society a grant to train in 30 sub-Saharan countries over 2 years, 60 workshops, so 2 workshops per country, one on best practices for IXPs, the other technical training. I was with Nishal from Afrinic, and I want to put in a big pitch here for Afrinic. They do great work across the continent. But Nishal Gurhan, who's here in the front row, who does lots of work with IXs in South Africa. We were both in Gambia, working with the local community there. It was great to see people coming together who want to have a lot of energy, who want to create an IX in a small country like Gambia, where they too can contribute to moving traffic faster around the world by keeping local traffic local, but also joining this community of interest and keeping their costs down. So that's it. I just wanted to stress that we are here to help in some ways. I know that sounds strange, but again, we're a global nonprofit founded by the people who helped create the internet. We have a keen interest in open standards, open internet, and equal participation. We are also very committed, if colleagues here in Tunisia would like us to help continue the good work.
Thank you very very much for your support, and I think that we are here to work together. I know that there is a lot of opportunities, and there's also a lot of will to work with the whole society and the whole community for development of internet. Before I ask the question, we have a fourth participant or fourth speaker in this panel, but unfortunately Jim Covey from Renesas couldn't join us. So he sent his presentation, and I think it's worthy, as we have people coming from Algeria, from Libya, and I hope that from Morocco there is people coming because we invited them. I hope they're here. So I will ask Ben if you can make this presentation. It's a short presentation, and then we can have full Q&A for this panel. Thank you, Ben.
What I'm going to do is, so Renesas is an internet data company, and Jim has produced some really interesting graphs. And I'm going to pull up the graphs and essentially just ask Bill and Jane and Moaz to comment on them and what they mean and what they say about the overarching message of, sorry, this touchpad is incredibly sensitive. There we go. We're going to talk a little bit about what it says about our overarching goal of a vision in which we not only have TunXP in Tunis and Infida, but we have exchanges from Marrakesh to Beirut, and then a collaborative peering arrangement between operators, ISPs, large end user customers in exchanges that seek to create a digital marketplace and a robust ecosystem of e-commerce and internet communications across the region. So take a look at this slide, and I'll just ask the panel to comment on what we're looking at, how it fits into the broader discussion that we've been having over the course of this session.
Here in Tunisia, we have two gateways. I will explain this in the afternoon, but you can say two IS. So IS 2609, which is with Tunisia Telecom, which was granted by ITI before with the RIPE system, and the IS of Orange Tunisia, which is very have been launched in October 2012. Yearly ITI is between them. TunXP will be between them, but actually all the national or the local traffic is routed or is exchanged via the TunXP. But as you can see here, there is different routes. But if there is no exchange point between Orange and between Tunisia Telecom or Tunisia Backbone, that means that all the traffic between Orange customers and between all the including Tunisia Telecom customers will be routed via the other IS, via Telecom Italia, Sparkle, via Interroute, via Libre 3, or via France Telecom. So this will be a loss in terms of cost also. As Bill explained it later, I can
help you understand this slide.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the slide where it says Internet Core, at the bottom of the slide where it says Internet Core with the red lines around it, what that means is Internet exchange points. If you think back to the map with all the dots over Europe,
yeah,
that's what is being connected to there. So what this means is that the traffic that you send and receive is going through internet exchange points, mostly in Europe, then through Telecom Italia, Sparkle, Interroute, Level 3, and France Telecom, before it gets to Tunisian companies. Okay, so each of those four companies is adding a markup and adding delay and adding unreliability. Of course, they're doing their jobs, they're moving the packets, which is what you need, but it's at an expense. It's at a significant expense. And having exchange points here and a source of bandwidth here means that you can cut those expenses and that unreliability out of the picture.
I often get asked the question by journalists, how does an IXP work and why is it important? And this slide, I think, shows you why. All the red lines are money that you're losing. money that could stay here, money that could translate into higher profits for Tunisian operators, money that could be distributed out in lower prices to Tunisian internet users, whether they are individual customers, residential customers, or business customers.
And especially when we deal with with the community, because all this content could be created in Tunisia and be available for Tunisians for any cost, without any cost. And we could also increase the users by having operators coming in your country and also provide the services in your country. So it would be really important.
So in this slide we have a similar layout on the mobile side of the network. I think that the lesson is the same. All the traffic is being routed to exchanges in Europe. All of those operators are collecting their fees, and if we were to create an exchange locally or a set of exchanges across the region, the cost savings that would be distributed out across the digital ecosystem here in the Maghreb would be very considerable.
Exactly. Just to mention something about Morocco. Morocco, there are 3 providers, as you see. So it is a competition. We heard a lot of messages from the World Bank in this after the revolution that there is a monopoly in Tunisia and the ITI is having a monopoly. So here is a distributed thing. We have competition in the international market, but they're losing money the same because there is no internet exchange point. There is no interconnection between players here.
So here is another way to look at the data. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Jane, you want to get in the game?
Part of what you see here, and this is obviously a big table full of check marks, which is a little bit hard to sort of read at a glance, but part of what you're seeing is that there are a limited number of providers, primarily European ones, who are hauling service into this region. And that means limited competition. And that's okay, but the more vibrant this market is, the more international providers will come, the larger the marketplace for services that you can buy will be, as well as the marketplace for services that you can sell. And internet exchange points are the site of that market, right? Internet exchange points for what people are moving bandwidth to and from. So without those, you're limited to doing business in Europe over European carriers, or Level 3 was also in that mix. And again, there's nothing wrong with them. They're doing their jobs. You're paying them to do the service that you want them to do. But at the same time, you could be doing that for yourself. And if you do it for yourself, every bit of money that you save is money that allows you to create new services at lower price points that address a larger fraction of the market. Every new customer you find adds to the total economy and the total revenue in the economy. So that's really what this is about. I mean, Jane can tell you about the social benefits, and there are many, many social benefits. The cultural benefits, being able to cost-effectively host local content that is more attractive than content that is produced and hosted outside the country. All of that's great, and that's the ultimate purpose of this. Making it happen cost-effectively is how you get there, and the bringing this home, doing it here, is how you pay for it.
Exactly. You can see here the providers. The ranking of the providers. If you see here, for example, in the number 1 in Libya is Sparkle, and in Algeria the number 1 is also Sparkle, Italy, and in Tunisia there is no number 1. I don't know why.
Okay.
No problem. We find here Level 3 and Enterroute, and yeah, that's it. So here is the ranking of the IP transit and the wholesale provider in the region. There is a lot of peering, but there is no connectivity between the countries. This is something that we have. When we send an email to Morocco, we route it via those operators. When we send an email to Algeria, we have already good infrastructure between Algeria and Tunisia, and we had good meetings in April with Algerians to talk about this connectivity. It's important to have connectivity between our countries cross-border. We have the infrastructure already, but we need, I think, to have more connectivity, more interconnection between our countries. And this is it's important for us, of course, but we need also to promote our local content. I think that's it. So Thank you, Ben, for making this offer for us. I will give the floor to if you have any questions. I don't know if the mic is available. Yeah, good. So, questions? I think that's lunchtime. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, the hackerspace again. Good. Yeah, they come.
Hi, Ken. My question is for Ben Scott. I really liked your presentation, by the way. So, what questions can we answer besides metrics with MLab? Is it not going to be another way for surveillance? And what I mean is that when researchers do some research, when they collect data, they usually take particular attention at removing whatever can be even remotely sensitive. And arguably, you cannot do that with large amounts of data when it comes to the internet. So how do you deal with that?
So the way the tests are structured, there is no information that is personally identifiable. The only thing that's remotely sensitive is the IP address. So basically, it doesn't test or collect any information on what the internet session is doing. It doesn't look and see what browser you have open. It doesn't see what cookies are activated. All it measures is one transmission from the MLab application to the server and back again. And no other information is collected. No other information is available in the database. So there's literally no data in the database for anyone to use that is sensitive or could lead to a negative outcome. Right, and it's user-initiated opt-in, so if you decide, I don't even want to have my IP address registered in the MLab data, just don't run a test on your computer.
It's user-oriented.
Right. So and if anyone ever detected a way to figure out anything that's personally identifiable out of the MLab community, it would immediately be known to the entire network because it's a huge community of people who are all really sensitive to those kinds of questions.
Thank you.
One thing, not talking about the MLab data, but just a little bit more generally about large-scale data collection, is that particularly between the academic space and the sort of commercial market research space, there are some very bright people working very hard to de-anonymize data, right? So it's very easy to collect data, and you can try to be smart about how you anonymize the data, but patterns emerge in very large data, and that's very intellectually compelling to researchers, whether they're doing it for academic reasons or for commercial reasons. And so it's difficult to know now how to anonymize data sufficiently that the collection of much more of it in the future will not cause patterns to emerge that might get tied back to individual people. So I think there's no easy answer to your question. I think it is very wise of you to be concerned and wise of you to continue to be alert. I think if people are not alert to threats to their privacy will be gone very quickly. And so even in a very beneficial project like MLab, you need to be continuously aware of both how people are using that data and how the continued growth of that data may change what can be pulled from it, even though the form of the data itself may be no different than what smart people thought was okay before.
Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. There's a question there for Kelly. Yeah. You say it. Please help me.
Several speakers have
microphone.
Several speakers have mentioned.
Not working.
I'll speak up. Several speakers have mentioned that establishing an internet exchange point reduces costs for ISPs and that various benefits flow to consumers and to the industry as a whole. I was wondering if there's been any sort of economic research to quantify what the impact, for example, on GDP growth. I don't know, I assume everybody heard that, but I was wondering if there's been any economic research on the impact on GDP growth or job creation or other macroeconomic metrics are from the establishment of IXPs.
The further you get away from the Internet exchange point itself, the harder it is to draw firm conclusions as to what has been caused by the presence of the exchange point. Also, you have the problem that it's difficult to find a baseline, right? Because you're looking at change over time and also a lot of other variables in play. So let me start with the concrete things and then move towards the fuzzy, we're all pretty sure that it makes things better, but not really able to pin a number on it. So first of all, as Jane said, Internet exchanges are not inherently expensive to build. It's a bell curve, like anything else. You can build an exchange point with zero investment if you use only donated goods and services and so forth. That still has some value, though, right? So let's say that there's nothing at actually zero, right? We go out from there somewhat. 90% of exchange points are built between $4,000 and $40,000 of investment. And similarly, 90% of exchange points return all of that investment within the first week. Okay? So as investments go, one where you don't need to spend more than $40,000 to get started and it returns its investment in the first week is a pretty safe one. And if you think $40,000 is too much of a risk, you can do a $4,000 one and see how that one goes. That one will certainly pay for itself in the first week. So those are good hard numbers that, you know, we've been through 350 times. There are a lot of points on that graph to establish the curves. As we get out to the more difficult question of how much an exchange point is affecting the gross domestic product, it is tricky to figure out how to allocate the value creation between the exchange point, which is the source of the value, and the transportation of the bits from the exchange point to the consumer, which is a necessary service. The exchange point would have no value at all if it only served content in a single location and there were no users who were able to reach that content from other locations. That is, if your method of connecting to the internet was to walk over to the exchange point, unlock the door, go in and web browse the content at the exchange in the exchange, the value would be very, very low. So I think because there's so many variables involved, anyone who really understands this market knows that trying to pin specific allocations of value on different portions of the sector is hand-waving. And you can look at the overall health of the economy, and you can look at the regulatory policies that are enacted, and you can look at the sort of set of policies that tend to go together and see that healthy countries tend to have lots of exchange points, lots of competition, and very open regulatory policies. And less healthy countries tend to have fewer competitors and heavier regulation and policies that don't emphasize openness. We have one metric that we've got about 15 years of time series data on now, which is degree of international interconnection of networks within a country. That is, how many cross-border peering or transit sessions exist with one end in that country. And that data set is a really interesting one for correlation with openness of policies, openness of regulatory regime. You wind up seeing a very tight correlation between that openness of policy and economic benefit.
Good. Do you have another protocol?
We have a recent study that we issued last April. The study was on the exchange points in Kenya and Nigeria. The savings that the economic impact in the Kenyan market was about $6 million to some of the mobile operators and $1 million in Nigeria. That's through some of the analyses that were conducted. We commissioned an independent economics firm to take a look at the impact, because as Bill is saying, there's not a lot of data out there. We also wanted to create that corollary. There is an impact when you grow the internet infrastructure and put in NIX for the economic well-being of the country. So there's a corollary. The point that Bill was also making, and the question that Kelly was asking, it would be interesting to see if you could take a look now at your current market and see what develops over the next 2 or 3 years from the content providers, applications, and other, to see if you can help quantify the impact here in Tunisia. It might be interesting from the operator's perspective as well.
That would be an interesting study to do in Tunisia also. Yeah, I think it's working. So, yeah, I think it will be really interesting to see the impact in 1 year or 2 years about what is the impact of the value added by Tunisian Internet Exchange Point. There is we have learned a lot of lessons, and I think the Tunisian experience will be also worthy for the region. So that will be really great to see in the future what is the real impact of TunixP. Do you have any other questions before going to lunch? Yeah.
Sorry, I am speak French. Ma question se pose, comment déduire un serveur lab en Tunisie pour des opérateurs étatiques?
Pardon, vous pouvez répéter parce que...
Oh oui, sorry. Comment peut-on déduire un serveur MLab en Tunisie pour des opérateurs étatiques?
Ah, okay. Comment peux-tu... how we can use the MLab servers in Tunisia by Can you switch off this microphone so I can talk in English? Yeah. She wants to know how to use the MLab servers that are hosted actually in Tunisia in ITI, and how we can make the test from the operators and from the government public sides or government actors. So not just civil society, how we can. You mentioned about the regulators, and you can also.
So the question is how the MLab servers will work in Tunisia and what it will look like when people start testing their connections. It's very straightforward. Now that there's an MLab server that is active in TunixP, that means that when you go to the Measurement Lab website and you click Test My Connection, it will send a connection just down the street to the server, and it will record that measurement. Over time, thousands of people will begin to take test those connections, and we'll test them repeatedly over a series of days and months, and you will develop a data set about what's happening on the network in Tunisia. All of that information will be instantly public. As soon as you hit send, it records the information from that measurement and publishes it into the database. You can immediately go and you can use the querying service on the MLab website to isolate the Tunisia data. You can visualize it using simple graphs like I did in my presentation. It's all immediately available to everyone to look at and see all of the different things that the MLab server measures, including how fast is your connection, whether there are unusual things happening on your connection, traffic shaping, content blocking, unusual latency, jitter, packet loss. All of those things will show up in the data.
Yeah, I can add that. I can switch on, please. I can add that this platform is available in ITI, but it is open platform. It's not just something that we have hosted it just for to have only tests. We will also maybe, and I can announce that it will be in June. We'll organize with MLab also training for people coming in ITI to work with the data, available data, so we can show them how you can analyze also the data, and it will be something that will be very interesting for civil society and also for academia, people coming from the university. you know that we have good researchers, we have high skills in our university, so that will be really interesting for their research to work with. I think that's answer to your question, and we have, yeah, Siham from the regulator. She was yeah. Can you raise up so we can?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. It's Siham from the Tunisian regulator. I would like to say that we are very involved in testing and measuring the quality of service as a regulator. We already have an ongoing project, and we will very soon publish the results that we obtained. I really appreciate the initiative of installing an MLab service at the TUNXP, and I think it will be a very good opportunity for cooperation between the INT and the ITE and the ATE. I have just one question for Mr. Ben. Do you have a specific strategy for encourage people to go to this platform and to do tests, or it is up to the regulator of even up to the IT to do this strategy?
So, essentially, the strategy to get people to test their connections is up to all of the people who are members of the MLab network. So we have NGO partners, we have university partners, we have commercial partners, government partners. Many of them have MLab buttons on the front page of their websites. Some of them have large membership lists. They send an email saying, hey, there's an MLab server that just went live in our country. Take a look, test your connection, see what. The more of us who test our connections, the better the results will be. The Greek regulator did this very effectively, as I mentioned in my presentation. In Greece, there are more than 600,000 tests per month, just in Greece alone. They have the highest density of testing in all of Europe, despite the fact that it's not by any means the largest country in Europe. They've just done that by promoting the utility of testing your connection. You can also, if you are a service provider, you can integrate the network diagnostic tool into the initialization of your application, so that anytime somebody loads your website or opens your application, of course you want to notify them that you're doing this, it will run the network diagnostic tool in the background. That's another way of increasing the scale of tests.
Yeah. I can add that, you know, Siham, that including the Greece experiences, you have topics that is participating to this workshop, and also Distix with Arnold that is also participating to the MLab, so they had some experiences maybe to share during the conference. If you can talk with them, I think it will be also worthy for us. We will do it. So I have a question here from Walid. It's working?
Oui, donc je vais poser en français.
Okay.
Vous allez traduire après. J'ai deux questions de Twitter, de personnes qui suivent la conférence, le séminaire sur Twitter. La première question, c'est si on a du contenu local, on a tout intérêt à avoir un eXp. Mais si on a un contenu qui est 100% étranger, à quoi bon et quel est l'avantage d'avoir un eXp? La deuxième question, c'est quelle est la différence entre MLab et speed test?
Okay. I will translate, but just switch off maybe the microphone. So, what's the question? We have a few local content. So, what is the reason for that exchange? And the second question is what you know about the difference between speed test and platforms. So, this was a question coming from Twitter, not just from the community. Yeah, you can start with the question.
I'll quickly answer the MLab question. So the difference between Measurement Lab and Speed Test is Measurement Lab is a global platform that takes exactly the same kind of measurement against every server globally, and all the data is instantly published, and you can get access to all the raw data. It's a different methodology than Speed Test uses, but it's similar. But the second difference is that Speed Test is similar to one of the MLab tests, the network diagnostic tool. There are 11 other tests currently on the MLab platform that measure things like congestion, traffic shaping, content blocking, etc. And more tests are being developed all the time. It is not just one test, it is many tests and a large data set that you can use to analyze any of the information that the MLab servers collect. And I'll hand the microphone.
So the second question was about the value of an exchange point in an environment where there isn't much local content. So there's a cause and effect assumption there that I would say needs to be reversed. I would say that there isn't much local content because there's no internet exchange. And that's not obvious, right? But there are economic forces at work behind everything that govern where people put their effort. And right now, the cheapest and easiest place to put content for this market is probably, Paris or London or Frankfurt. As long as that's the case, people producing content in those markets will have an advantage because the place where the content is hosted is local to them, and they, are intimately familiar with the business of publishing it. However, the primary audience for the content is here. So if you make it more economically efficient to publish the content here by having an exchange point that it can go through and data centers that it can be served from, then the most efficient place to produce the content will be here, and the content will have a much more local character and flavor to it. There's no shortage of local content. You can turn on the television or pick up the newspaper anytime you want and see local content. How much of that content is available on the internet right now? If the answer is not much, that'll change when there's a place to put the content locally and a way to deliver the content locally that doesn't involve other countries and companies in other countries. So get the exchange point in and take advantage of data centers like the Minix one that's just opened. That's a beautiful, beautiful facility. You're not going to find higher quality facilities in other countries, so it's not operating at any sort of disadvantage, and its location is a huge advantage to you. I think you'll see that the local content problem will resolve itself because there will be both market demand and a mechanism to bring it to market, and those were, of those two things, only one existed before.
And one quick note about traffic measurements. When there are eyeballs or people on the network, then they'll be more interested in investing. And I think, as Bill is saying, there's a virtuous cycle. The investment will come in, interest in the content will go up, innovation will take place, more applications development, content development, local hosting. And again, if content is closer to the consumer, it's easier to load, it's faster time to delivery, and it will be of benefit. Again, quantifying all this is harder, but you'll see it locally in your own upload speeds and the ability to access that content faster.
And also, it is an open model for measurement. So it is something that we can really see the data and know and contribute to the development of the tools. So it is also an appeal. That's why I appeal the community to get involved more in MLab and so make all this measurement available for Tunisians. And that could solve the problem with our regulator. We spend a lot of money to make this measurement available. So I think it's better to spend this money for the community and for the innovations and better than to have and use open source and open platform to make the measurement. Before, maybe I can ask, as you mentioned about Minix, you know that we have a visit scheduled in our program for tomorrow afternoon. So, you know, there will be a bus available to go to Mfida. Mfida is 100 kilometers from here, and to see the facility, to see the data center. As Bill mentioned, this is a really beautiful and very important achievement for Tunisia, actually, because we know that we could provide hosting services there, and we could also be as an enabler for the development, for further development of internet in Tunisia. And also yesterday we launched the TunixP in Filas, which is the second internet exchange point in addition to one in Tunis. I think that will be really good that you visit this data center, and we look forward to have more data centers in Tunisia, especially in the south, where you could use solar systems, especially also in the region like Kasserine, like Sidi Bouzid, which could be very efficiently used data centers. Infrastructure, Tunisia Telecom has built a lot of infrastructure here. We have good fibers, and I think that the other operator also will work together and to make the competition in this market work very well. We have the regulator here, so we think the regulator have also a lot of things to do with the market. We talked yesterday about this also, these issues. So I will ask you to go to the secretary after this session if you want to go tomorrow to the MNX and to the Nfila to register your name, so we could arrange that with our partner. So I have a question here from Cisco, so Riyadh, go ahead.
If it's possible, I would like to revisit the slide where we have the Tunisia autonomous systems and peering.
Thank you, so to do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, with the Tunisia 2000.
With Tunisia autonomous system and Orange Tunisia Telecom.
Yeah, Tunisia Telecom, not Tunisia.
Okay, so here I didn't get the point. Where is the loss in doing peering like that? We know historically ATI and Tunisia Telecom backbone together played the role of non-official national IXP here, and they are doing the peering between all other local ISPs, and so all they guarantee at least that all national traffic transit locally. And even with this new link from Orange Tunisia, and maybe later on we will see other local SPs and ISP peering doing their own international peering.
Exactly.
We still guarantee that the local traffic remain local. I guess that Orange Tunisia, for their local traffic, they will route it through ATI, and same case for ATI, knowing that the traffic is not, we don't pay for the national traffic, so we don't have really a transit through an international backbone. So my question here would be, what will be the economical model for ATI when they will become an EXP? Their previous model was selling bandwidth, and it was a must transit point in Tunisia. This will no longer be the case. So do they plan to compete on the bandwidth resale? Do we have the ability to do it? Do you plan to have other kind of services or content to sell locally? I would like to know what are your plan here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Riyadh. I think it's a good question, but you know that in this afternoon panel, I will have a presentation for this, to explain the model related to TunixP and the ITI. I know it's confusing. We had a lot of comments from Eurowix, hopefully, and also from Bill. I remember that in Dubai, we were together, and it was really, really important to explain things. And in the afternoon, I will have a presentation, the last presentation for this day, and I will present how ITI will evolve in parallel with TunixP. This is, you see that we have two eyes, and the message given by the CEO of Afrinic in this first session, they say we need more members, we need more eyes, we need more actors. Actually, we have only operators. Okay, that's fine, but Tunisiana will have next year a cable, and maybe they will have a new IS also, but that's not enough. We deal with a huge model. We need to have all actors having their eyes. Actually, MINAX have their eyes. ITI has its IS also, but it's not enough. We need to build a new model with a lot of autonomous systems available in Tunisia and interconnected. When we have a lot of members, this is the key issue. And I think Arnold and Malcolm and Pierre this morning showed very well that we need to get the value from the internet exchange point. We need a lot of members. So thank you.
Yeah. Moez is exactly right. The question you ask is a very reasonable question, and a question that is often asked in countries that have a single dominant incumbent and very little competition. The question fundamentally boils down to, right now, the status quo, everyone can exchange traffic with everyone else through this incumbent phone company. The traffic is being kept local, so what additional advantage would an internet exchange point give us? It seems like the keeping local traffic local is not a sufficient and compelling benefit to change an existing system that works. So that's fundamentally the question, and it seems very reasonable from the point of view of someone looking from the inside out, from inside a system like that. So let's take Mexico as an example. Mexico is the largest country in the world that up until just a few months ago had no exchange point at all. Mexico has Telmex, which is the telephone company owned by the wealthiest person in the world, and it is a omnipresent monopoly. So in Telmex, they repeat that mantra over and over and over. The reason Mexico doesn't have an internet exchange point is because we don't need one, because Telmex will solve all your problems if you merely open your wallet. So the difference between that and a competitive marketplace like Europe is that instead of having one provider that has relatively high costs and no real pressure on them to bring those costs down because they have not much direct competition, instead you have an open marketplace in which new market entrants have very low barriers to entry. Anyone can try to do a better job than the incumbent anytime they want to. And some of those people will succeed. Whether or not they succeed, that puts pressure on the incumbent to do a better job at a lower price every year than the year before. Furthermore, the internet has been doubling in size every 10.5 months for 30 years. You cannot achieve that kind of growth within an individual organization. Individual organizations eventually wind up with linear growth. You get exponential growth by multiplying one linear growth factor times another linear growth factor. If you have individual companies here that are growing in a linear fashion, the way you achieve exponential growth that is necessary to keep up with the rest of the world is by growing the number of organizations that are providing internet service in the country. If you have a growing number of organizations, each one of which is growing, then you achieve the exponential growth that allows you to keep up. So that, in turn, requires low barriers to entry and many new market entrants. It requires a culture of entrepreneurialism. So Ben and I did work in Libya over the last year, and for the Libyan government, this has been the single largest challenge. How do we encourage the growth of a culture of entrepreneurialism so that when we throw the gates wide open, someone will come stampeding in instead of big empty gates?
Okay. Another question from, you have a comment? Okay. Another question from Tunisia Telecom, Hasmi, my incumbent.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one comment. I want to support Riyadh for this question concerning the cost optimization of the IP traffic. Really, my point of view, I don't see a significant optimization of the cost since we have a fixed transmission cost, and this is a fixed. The only thing I think it's about the IP traffic, and I think everybody know now the IP transit is now very low for the cost, and it's about $1 to $5 per meg. This is my point of view for the cost optimization. And maybe I want to reply to Moaz concerning the why we have 3 providers.
Yeah. Maybe there will be 4th one. I don't know.
Yes.
We negotiate with Cogent or whatever.
No, it's simple. Our target is to have 100% of availability without any spot, any single point of failure. And for this reason, we use 3 providers and with the same proportion for the traffic.
Yeah. Exactly, and it's also worthy to mention that we have 3 cables, 3 submarine cables provided by Tunisia Telecom, one with the consortium with CMB4 and another one with Telecom Italia, Spaco. There's also a consortium between Tunisia Telecom and Italia, and another one owned 100% by Tunisia Telecom, and we are looking to have a 4th cable, maybe built by Tunisiana, and I don't know, Orange? Yeah, Orange, okay, so I'm not sure wrong information about our leaders, market players. But we will really, it's something that we will, for the cost saving, I think Bill and Jane mentioned very well about the local content. So it is somehow like une boule de neige, comme a dit Monsieur Pierre ce matin. C'est-à-dire it's getting bigger and bigger. You can start with small content now, but if you have an internet exchange, we will promote it because we'll have more data centers like Minax and maybe others in the different regions. So I think this will be something that will develop soon. So we need to start. We cannot really wait for a long time. We need to start with promoting internet exchange point, promoting local content, and then we can get benefits from internet exchange point. And also this afternoon session will be important because we'll have other Euroweeks members talking about maybe interconnecting IXPs. Mauro is here, Andrea, and Samuel. I don't know. I don't see him, but yeah, I think we will deal with the interconnection, and then I think we can save more costs as you with the green and red things. Yeah.
This is by no means an attack against the status quo. This is not saying that what's here is not good enough. This is saying that you should have access to all of the tools that anyone else has access to in order that in 10.5 months, it'd be twice as good as it is right now. And in 21 months, it'd be 4 times as good as it is right now. That is a very difficult race to run. That's a race that if you want to keep up with the rest of the world, you cannot afford to handicap yourself in any way. You need to take advantage of all the tools that everyone else is taking advantage of. And if you say, well, you know, Europe can go do all those great things, and that's great for Europe, things are fine here. They'll be the same here next year as they are right now. They might be a little bit better. You might have linear growth, but you won't have exponential growth. And that means you'll have fallen behind relative to everyone else, which in turn means that the applications that the rest of the world is developing for their customers will be too big, too bulky, too expensive for your customers to run, because their network won't be twice as fast like the rest of the world's network will be. So in order to keep up, you need to be doing all of the same things that everyone else is doing or improving upon them, not relying on the status quo.
And if you need to fill your pipes, you have to promote the content, and you have to promote the innovation and to promote local content. So, and this afternoon, I think we will talk also about the interconnection thing, and this will be also something that we can discuss later. Ask me. Okay, so that's all right. Last question, maybe, or can we leave to the lunch? Okay, everyone hungry, I think. Yeah. Oh, another question from? Okay, the last one. So, hackerspace. Okay. Hackers are very active in Tunisia. I can see that, and appreciate that also. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is that what is going to remain the incentive for the backbone providers to continue building? Because we see they are going to inevitably run out of business by those who are producing the content. So the intelligent players in the network. So, you know, those who are just doing the carriers, why would they continue doing it?
To promote content.
Because users, demand always exceeds supply, right? So there is far, far, far more demand here in this country than there is supply. People say, well, we've got a lot of fiber, we're doing pretty good, you know, prices are reasonably low, so forth, right? But if prices were lower, there would be more customers, and more customers would be doing more things. And keeping up with that is why you've got to have trucks out on the road, splicing fiber, pulling new cables, so forth, constantly.
But at some point it will saturate, and because here the problem is that VoIP, for example, is going to displace telephone.
Yeah.
And
right, and then video will displace VoIP, and then full body presence will displace video, and then, you know, whatever. So there's no cap on the human imagination, right? There's no limit to what people will think of to do next. And each thing that they think of to do next will require more and more and more bandwidth. And, you know, if there were some limit, we'd have run into it. Doubling in size that many times. I mean, there's a limit to the human population, right? There are people who are not connected to the internet right now who will be in the future. And eventually, everyone who wants to have any connection to the internet at all will have one. So that's one growth factor that we will run out of, right? That growth factor, the voice network has, you know, arguably largely run into, right? There aren't a lot of people who really want to be able to talk on the telephone who can't now. Yeah. And so that's one of the reasons the voice network, you know, sort of tapped out and, you know, is not a major source of new utilization anymore. But, you know, I know lots and lots of people who routinely just leave half a dozen video windows up on their screen all day because those are, you know, windows into the offices of the people that they collaborate with. You know, that was inconceivable in terms of bandwidth as little as 5 years ago. To keep up with that, the incumbent, all of their competitors, all the new market entrants, all have to be out there with trucks splicing fiber and pulling cables.
Okay, thank you, Ben. You have another comment?
Just another comment. You want redundancy in your network, so why wouldn't you also want more network? I mean, the point is you've got emergency services, other things that can start flowing over the infrastructure, new business from Europe. Tunisia is in a perfect position with the languages that are spoken here for local content development, regional content development, and content that others want to use and or use you for translation services or outsourcing their businesses here. Doing business in this country will be more attractive if there's better infrastructure, as Bill is saying. That is something that we've seen in other countries. Kenya, for example, Ushaidi, a crowdsourcing platform developed locally in the region, developed by local app developers. Now it's a global platform that people are using. That's an African solution developed by Africans. That wasn't something developed in the United States or Europe. There's a lot of innovation as well that will be created when you have better infrastructure, faster speed of delivery of the bits, as Bill would say. But when you can see the content faster, you can use the infrastructure more, you will, local businesses will develop and you'll attract international business. I mean, it's a model we've seen all over the world. It's not, we're not just saying that this because we haven't seen it. We've seen it in other Latin America right now. Brazil is building cables to Africa. There is demand for traffic. When those cables are put in through Mozambique, you're going to see traffic moving in different patterns around the world. Those undersea cables are continuously being built. And one other point about a fourth cable here, they put in a fourth cable in Kenya, and the government mandated that that cable be a different type of consortia model, with small entities, small companies able to buy into that cable. This is really important. The return on investment was a bit longer, but it's really important that you have another cable coming in with a more competitive model. And again, this is up for the regulator and the ministry on the backhaul from the cable landing station. So there are certain pieces that everyone has a part to play in building the ecosystem here, and it's something that everyone can participate in. And you'll find that it's just amazing what will happen with the local economy and the regional. And again, I want to point out, and I think Ben had mentioned this before, and Bill, when you start to look across the countries in North Africa, you have an advantage of having water. You have access to the sea. By having that access, you can bring in bigger pipes, which can also help the continent in general moving traffic faster when other networks are connected. So it's kind of this virtuous cycle of connectivity as well, which is important for the whole of the continent and the region specifically.
It's important to remember that demand is not limited. Demand is only limited at any given price point. So you can always address a larger market by reducing the price.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Jane. I think this has answered your questions, and this is very important for us. That's why we are here today, and that's why we are hungry also now, and we need to go to lunch. Thank you very much for your attention. Give me an applause for your attention. Very, very good point. Yeah, exactly.
كما لو غلطت ما نحن يصلح هذا تنزل ورا اي مش مشكل حتى شباب تحويل لاباس عليك الحمد لله